Good morning. Due to COVID-19, the Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this morning are Joanne Hayes, Carl Nipfel, and Zahir Bayat. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an application item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees who have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when the item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you when you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The committee or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application, if substantially revised, to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the proposed changes. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished presentations. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only to those matters that were raised by the speakers. And that'll mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last meeting been confirmed by the members?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. The October 12th minutes are ready for adoption.
Thank you. I'll look to panel for a motion to approve. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Is there a second? It is seconded. Mr. Nepfel. So moved and seconded to approve those minutes, October 12. All in favor, please. Show of hands. And the motion is carried. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one for this morning. Item 1, 85 Caroline Avenue.
Thank you for that. And have any files been requested to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Thank you very much. Okay, then we shall move into our agenda, starting with item number 1.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, are there any conflict of interest for today?
Thank you very much. I'll ask panel members and staff if there's any interest to be declared.
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Item number 1, 85 Caroline Avenue. And on this application, the panel has before it a copy of the materials submitted by the agent. There is a deferral request from the architect applicant dated October 17. There are staff reports from City Planning, TRCA, and Urban Forestry. There is support in the form of 3 letters from 82, 87, and 80 Larchmount. But there has been a request to defer. So let's have the applicant please join us.
Adam, you've been added as a panelist. You can unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Please state your
My
name.
name is Adam Brander, and I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 85 Caroline.
Very good. I understand that you would like to defer the application. Could you please explain to the panel why you'd like to do that?
Yes, please. The application must request a deferral for a latent variance that was identified too close to this hearing date in order to provide the required notice. There was a drawing representation error we identified which led to this miss.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, request to defer. Anyone like to bring a motion with respect to that? Apparently one of the drawings needs to be updated. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you. In view of the fact that the proposal before us needs a variance that isn't noted on the notice, I would move to defer to allow for updated notice.
Thank you. That is seconded, Mr. Byatt. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And motion's carried. The application is so deferred. Thank you. Item number 2. Item number 2, 22 DeWitt Park Road. On this application, the panel has before it applicant's materials as submitted, 5 photographs of on-site trees, cover letter from the agent, 18 October, presentation materials also same date. There's comment from Urban Forestry, support from, in writing form, from 20 DUART Park, and opposition in written form from 29 DUART Park and 24 DUART Park. So I'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, panel members. My name is Felix Leicher from 33 Fernwood Park Avenue, Toronto. I'm acting as the agent for the owner.
Very good. Okay, I understand we do have registered speakers standing by to speak. So, Mr. Leicher, I'll ask you to make your presentation to the panel, please. You'll have 5 minutes. Go ahead now.
Thank you. The application in front of you is for a 2.5-story detached home with an integral garage on the existing lot. We opted to remain the existing foundation walls to have less impact on the neighborhood and reduce construction based in time, showing the process of building a new home. In an effort to reduce the lot coverage and increase the green space in the back of the home, we decided to move the garage from the backyard into the house and therefore free up green space in the back. The proposal in front of you is very similar to a house already existing at 27 DUART Park in height, length, building volume, and the FSI. We propose an additional FSI, which is tucked away into the sloped roof. And this attic floor occupies less than half of the floor below and is removed far from the street as well from the back property line. I reviewed the letters and the concerns of the neighbors raised, and some of them were regarding the FSI proposed, which is quite common in the 500-meter radius about the property. There are substantially higher FSIs approved from the Committee of Adjustment in the recent years. Another concern was the proposed garage and the driveway. The existing situation already features a driveway very close to the proposed. There's also some concern about a tree in front of the house which would need to be removed, but this tree is very, very close to the existing house and already caused damage at the foundation walls there and the drainage system. Otherwise, I think the proposal is within the minor variances, and none of the variances has any adverse impact on the neighbors. We proposed a setback of 0.6 meters to the western property after we agreed on that with that neighbor to the west. This is also the same setback as the existing house, and with the decision of using the existing foundation walls, we were bound to that setback.
Thank you very much.
I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, panel members, we do have two speakers standing by. Would you like to have questions now, or shall we hear those speaking in opposition? Okay, well, we'll go to the first speaker, please, moderator. And ask that speaker to join us by stating your name.
Rosemary Jones, you've been unmuted.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Marie Jones. I'm the owner of property 29 DUART Park Road, which is across the street, a little ways down from 22 DUART Park. The property owner is requesting variances exceeding the zoning bylaws, and several of these concern me. The variance related to height, to begin with, the variance is provided indicate a 3-story house, but the blueprints show a 4-story split level where the garage is at ground level, entering the front of the house. This house plan therefore exceeds the height maximum and is therefore out of proportion to the modestly sized homes on this street. Related to balconies, it appears from the front view of the blueprint submitted that the first floor is raised above the garage. It has a balcony in the front of the house. Additionally, the second floor and the third floor have balconies facing DUART Park Road as well. The zoning bylaws allow for only one balcony, but the front alone has 3. I believe that variant 6 refers to the entire size of the balcony or balconies to be a maximum of 4 square meters. The size requested of the proposed balconies exceeds 4 times this size, not including the balcony above the garage. On the blueprints related to the tree in the garage, the blueprints of the new house indicate that a large tree in the front of the house will need to be removed to build the garage. I dispute this choice in particular to build a garage. I understand from Mr. Lichtner's comments just this morning that the tree has destroyed the foundation of the house in this area, and I will no longer dispute this, the point of removing the tree, but simply related to the garage in the front of the house. I have a very grave concern about this ground floor garage being a main feature of the house as well, due to the issue of safety. Not related to the tree anymore, but simply safety. This feature will affect the safety of the street, as the fire hydrant is on the front yard of this property and appears to lie with the driveway that would be put in will lie within 10 feet of the proposed driveway. Our homes depend on this fire hydrant to be accessible, but it is customary in Toronto for the front garage door to be treated as a parking area. This option of parking in the front of the house will inhibit the free movement of firefighters to the fire hydrant. I understand that parking would therefore be prohibited, of course, in the front of the house, but then it would inevitably occur that this is the feature of the house, and on resale would be the point of contention of the street, that parking would be permitted in the front of the house on that property. Related to floor space, I strongly contest this request for the house to be close to 3 times the permitted floor space of the house. I find this to be indisputably unacceptable, as it would destroy the modest nature of the arts and crafts style homes on the street. Where the homes are of comparable size and one chooses to build a grandiose house, the choice affects the light into the adjacent homes and yards and casts shade where sun would have been shining. In conclusion, I believe the value of retaining zoning bylaws is to maintain the purpose and aesthetic of the area being rebuilt to conform to the unique nature and beauty of our city's neighborhoods. Thank you so much for the opportunity to allow me to voice my concerns. With respect, Dr. Rosemary Jones.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Okay, thank you. Moderator, next speaker, please.
I've made note here that Natalie Houston would also be signed in with Rosemarie Jones. So Natalie Houston, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just an observer. I do not wish to speak. Dr. Jones has made an eloquent presentation, so I'm just an observer. I just want to add, I live at 24 DUART Park, and my main concern is the height of the dwelling that is being proposed, which will cut out the western sunlight from my house.
Thank you very
it will
much.
be almost 4 times the height of my home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel? In that case, we shall return to the agent, who will have a chance to respond to the issues raised by the speakers.
Thank you. So the proposed variance for height is for 10.33 meters, which is only like 1 foot higher than permitted by the zoning bylaw. This increase in height, I don't think has any negative impact on any of the neighboring properties or the streetscape. Another point which was raised by Mrs. Jones was the balconies. The 2 balconies which are proposed are both facing the street. In our understanding, the intent of the zoning bylaw in regards to limiting the size and location of balconies is to provide sufficient privacy to the adjoining properties, as in this proposal that balconies are facing the street. We don't see the negative impact of both these balconies. Also, the balconies are still very modest sized, and they only have access from each from a bedroom. I want to mention also that the proposal was circulated to community planning as well as transportation services, and none of them expressed any concerns, neither in regards of the driveway in close proximity to the fire hydrant, nor to the FSI or any of the other variances proposed. Thank you.
Okay, panel, questions for the agent? Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've reviewed all the comparables you've provided. I don't see many on this street that are at the level that you're requesting. I see in your materials that number 27 has a 10-meter building height. What is the FSI of 27, and what is the FSI of the new build or the build at 20?
The FSI at 27 is 0.818 and 20 is 0.89. And that's basically, if I take down, or if I would limit ours to 2 stories, our proposal, we would be down to an FSI of 0.846 below those 2.
So in the immediate context, I mean, this street is a very short street.
Right, yeah.
In the immediate context, is there anything that is comparable in terms of FSI? Some of the photos that you've provided for comparables, in my opinion, the lot characteristics are much different than this particular property. So I'd just like your comments on what might be in the more immediate context, and also lot size and built form.
Yeah, so on just the street perpendicular at Glenholme Avenue, there's a substantial amount of 3-story homes on similar lot frontages, but they have a deeper lot. So I would have to look if I find any FSI on McLean, but they're 49 McLean. So there was on 40 Pine Avenue, which is also around the corner within a 5-minute walk, which was 0.9. in the 500-meter radius, which I mentioned before, the substantially bigger FSIs. If I take our proposal, the floor space index, and would place it on a lot with 100 feet length instead of the 85 that it has, it would reduce the FSI. I'm sorry, 1 second. It would reduce the FSI to 0.85.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a quick one. The balconies at the front, from the side elevation, it looks like both the balconies on the second and third floors. The third floor actually is referred to also as the attic. So the balconies seem to be set in. Is that correct? So there's no side view from the balconies?
That's correct, yes.
And are the materials you're using on the balconies opaque?
The sidewalls, yes.
Sorry, no, at the front of the balconies? Maybe say clear glass, or I'm not sure what you're using for the...
I would see right now a steel railing, steel picket railing, but that's not finally decided.
Okay. Would you be averse to the idea of the materials being opaque?
To the street, I would prefer it to be open. I think it gives more depth to the building, and therefore more like leveling in the facade. But if that's what is needed and preferred, then I would be open to it, yeah.
Thank you.
Question here for you, applicant. Am I correct in my understanding that the existing garage will come down for sure? That's part of your application?
Correct.
Thank you. And just for everyone's benefit, I do want to remark on my own oversight. We received late additional correspondence in writing from 2 locations, from Rob Mollett at 18 DeWitt Park Road, and also from Sandra Adamson at 28 DeWitt Park Road. So those came in just in the last day or so. Panel members, any further questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you explain where there are other integral garages close by? I gather on either side they're not integral garages, but I'm wondering where are the closest existing integral garages?
That is basically the end of the street on McLean Avenue. There should be a picture in my supporting documents.
There's nothing immediately adjacent, though. There is one at the end of the street, but there's nothing immediately adjacent, right?
Correct. There are no integral garages on the street, but I also want to mention that the garage is not any variances and as of right feature. Yeah, so the closest one is 135 McLean Avenue, which is just straight. If you leave DeWitt Park Road and head to McLean Avenue, you go into a integral garage or front yard garage. Welcome.
Okay, panel, if there are no further questions, then the panel, I think, at this stage is ready to take the application into what we call, Mr. Nipfel, yes? Do you have into committee for comments?
I was going to comment when we're in committee.
Okay, so we're going into committee now to comment on the application. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some difficulty with this application. It has some positives and some negatives. I'd first of all like to applaud the decision to stick with the original footprint of the building. And for the reason that it creates less disruption to the neighborhood. I wish more developers would do that, and I think that's a positive in with regard to this application. Negatively, I think the integral garage is a problem. I don't see other integral garages on the street other than one at the very end of the street. And as you've heard, and as the panel knows, integral garages artificially exacerbate height. They make the buildings look higher. You heard people refer to the building as a 3-story when in fact, if you look at it, it's got 4 stories by virtue of the garage. So I have some difficulty with the integral garage in this location. Also, Dr. Jones, I thought made excellent points, one of which I would like to reinforce, and that is the whole idea of an integral garage and then raising the entrance of the house up off the street creates a safety issue. This is a long-standing urban design principle that you have, quote, eyes on the street. You have the ability to walk out and see what's going on the street for safety purposes. And with the integral garage and the raised front door, that is not an issue here. The integral garage, I would argue, is creating problems. In terms of the height, in terms of measurement, the variance is for a very modest, I would argue, height measurement, but I still am having difficulty with the integral garage in this location. And at this point, I don't think I can support the application. The one other thing is we were sent a composite forestry report with supposedly all the reports in it. This one isn't included, and yet there is a forestry report attached for forestry 2. So should this be approved, I believe forestry number 2 is a condition that's required.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Contrary to my colleague, I don't really have any issue with integral garages, and the reason for that is I understand some of the arguments, and you know, historically we've had garages in the backyard with shared driveways. The dilemma with that issue, as we see increasingly, is that the driveways are not necessarily easy to access, particularly as our vehicles have changed compared to those of 30 and 40 years ago. So I don't really have an issue with an integral garage. From what I can see, there is an eyes on the street kind of notion with the raised entry. In fact, if anything, you get a different perspective rather than ground level, you're slightly raised. So I don't really have an issue with the application. These are some of the changes that we are seeing in the city, putting integral garages having integral garages and removing the old existing garages in the back. That actually hopefully increases soft landscape if the designers then do so. So, and as Mr. Nipro has indicated, most of the other variances are relatively minor in nature. So I don't have any issue with this particular application, and I'd be quite willing to support it.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, any comments? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I have a few comments. I think that I'm not against integral garages, but I think in this particular case, the resulting massing and resulting height make it, in my mind, not compatible with the built form on this small street. I don't have a concern particularly with the balconies because they are tucked in towards the building, but I do have a concern with the FSI. I think that the comparables that were provided are on lots that don't have similar characteristics, and the largest FSI sort of on this street is much lower than what's being requested here. So for those reasons, although I think the design in trying to keep the height as small as possible is admirable, I can't support the application because of the FSI.
Thank you very much. And for my part, I don't find that the application is as sensitive as it could be to the immediate context of the street, and I don't find that it's desirable, so I would not be supporting it either. I will look to someone, please, for a motion on the application. Ms. Hayes, go ahead. I think you had it first. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application.
Second to that? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So it is moved and seconded to refuse. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? So let the record show, please, that Mr. Byatt was in dissent The motion was carried, and the application is therefore refused. And the panel moves on to item number 3. "26 Roseheath Avenue." Before us are the submitted materials. There are 4 photographs of the property from July. There is a commenting report from Urban Forestry from October, and correspondence in support from 30 and 28 Roseheath Avenue. So we shall ask the applicant, please, to join us by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and community members.
Good morning. Could you state your name, please?
My name is Kinga Jakubowska, and I'm representing the owner of the property located at 26 Roseheath Avenue.
Very good. Just stand by for a moment. Moderator, do we have one person standing by to speak?
We do not. I've tried communicating with them and they have not picked up.
Thank you very much. Okay, so panel members, are there any questions for the agent? I'm not hearing any. Oh, Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
I'd just like to, I see that there's no length or depth variance, but I'd like to just hear about the FSI and what the existing FSI is. I couldn't see it on the plans.
Okay, so existing FSI is 0.54. So the existing house almost is in the maximum permissible size.
So you're asking for 0.84?
Yes, yes.
Is that representative of other FSIs in the area? And if so, can you provide us with where those properties are?
Let me just one second. I believe one was at 24 Aldergrove Avenue.
And where is that? How far away is that? Anything on the street at all? Anything on Roseheath at all?
I know that there is one application for a committee of adjustment on the same street, but I'm not sure what is the date of the hearing. But this is gonna be at I think 6 Roseheath Avenue, and the owner asking for I believe for similar FSI.
Okay, thank you. Just it's helpful if you have this information before you, because it is a responsibility of the applicant to demonstrate that the tests have been met. Sorry.
Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a bit of a concern with the length of the building, and there is no length variance, but it doesn't appear that there are any homes close by that have a similar length. This seems to be considerably longer than any property that I was able to determine on the west side of Roseheath. Can you talk to the length of the building and why it's so long?
Okay, so the existing length of the house is currently from the property line, it's currently 16.68 meter, and we propose 22.15 meters. I believe that 27 meters is maximum permittable length of the house. However, the depth of the house, the maximum.
That doesn't answer my question.
No.
The question was, are there other houses on the same side of the street that have similar length? It looks as though this is the only one with a length as deep as this. You can see it on your own drawing, SP1. The addition extends a great deal into the rear yard. And I'm just trying to determine to my own satisfaction that this is consistent with the area, because it doesn't look as though it is.
Yes, that's true.
So just for clarification, some of those numbers you just said, I mean, the variance is asking for to go to 17.85. Is that correct, or is it longer
Yes.
than that?
Yes, no, it's 17 point.
You said 20 something, so that's why I'm just asking.
Oh no, the depth is we apply for 17.85, where the 17 meters is maximum allowable.
Thank you.
So because there is like no option to increase the height to the side of the house, so the only option we have is to go to the back of the house, to the rear, and that's why to create like some increase the space and living comfort. That's the only option, and actually we don't have like much
Site plan, please.
like options to play with this lot. It's quite deep, but it's very narrow.
Okay, applicants, you can see from this, here's your own site plan. I see what Mr. Nipfel is referring to. The length appears to be substantially longer than either of the neighbors to either side. We realize you're only asking for 0.85 of a meter, but I see the concern. Any further questions, panel? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I understand the nature of this issue, because you've got a lot of smaller homes and people need to expand them, so out to the back and up. Some of the other homes in that block also have garages at the back that add to structures on their properties. This particular house has no garage, am I correct?
Yes. No, there's no structure at the back.
And about 2 doors up, which I believe might be 28, number 30, 28 and 30 have a structure at the back. It looks like number 30 has already got an extension at the back. I'm looking at an aerial view from Google Map. So my sense is there are some structures, some buildings that have actually moved back and up. 28, number 30 seems to have probably a second and third story at the rear, if I'm not mistaken, plus a garage. So I appreciate the challenges. I don't think the variances are excessive at all. We may be setting a precedent, but that's a precedent that I suspect is going to be a necessary one in neighborhoods like this. So I don't really have any concerns with this application.
Okay. Well, I think at this stage, I think we are ready to take it into committee for a decision, unless there are no further questions. So, and to your point, Mr. Byatt, yes, we do have support in written correspondence form from number 30, which is one of the ones you cited, and also from 28, which would be right next door. So any comment, panel, on the application as we go to move toward a decision? Ms. Hayes, go ahead, please.
Although I would have liked to have heard some specific information about FSI, to Mr. Byatt's point, when you do look at some aerial views of the neighborhood. There is one a few doors down that has a two-story addition at the rear. So, you know, it may be a similar FSI and the applicant hasn't raised it. I think the depth variance is indeed minor, and on that basis, I can support the application.
Okay, Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd second the motion. I'm a bit concerned though. When I asked the applicant whether or not this was consistent with the character in the area, she said no, it wasn't. So I basically the applicant's agreeing that she doesn't meet one of the tests. I do think that Mr. Byatt's correct though. These are very constrained sites, very narrow, and I don't think that this is an unreasonable proposal. And the variances are extremely small, and on that basis, I'd be prepared. I'm supporting the motion for approval.
Ms. Hayes, just to confirm, you were making a motion for approval?
It can be a motion, so I move a motion to approve the application. I don't believe there are any conditions.
Thank you. And I think it's been seconded. Mr. Niffel seconding that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So it is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. Motion carried, application approved. Thank you. Number 4 is 206 Cedric Avenue. Before the panel are the submitted materials, cover letter from the owner, April 28, correspondence from the agent, April 6, presentation materials, April 28. Comment report from Transportation Services, and 2 form letters in support from 204 and 208 Cedric. We'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Janelka Canizales, and I'm the agent for 206 Cedric.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
We hear you very well. Yes. Good morning
Okay,
to you.
thank you.
You're with.
Good morning.
You are with.
Yes. So the purpose of the application, this is a single-family home. The house has become very small for the family, and it's in bad shape, the original house. So we are proposing to add 1 floor and enlarge the footprint of the house. I presented a study of the
Just a moment, please.
developments.
Just a
Yes.
moment. I'm just going to check with my panel colleagues to see if they require a presentation or whether they might just like to put questions to you. So panel members, any need for a presentation here? I'm not hearing any. Questions for the applicant? Go ahead, please. Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Just a quick question. I wonder if the applicant could just speak to variance number 6 and 7, both of which are landscape related. Are
Yes.
these existing conditions? Are these going to be conditions that are subsequent to development?
The landscape area, we designed the maximum we could achieve where within the lot, right? The site conditions. Basically because the street, the houses in the street, most of them, all the existing houses have the parking right in front of the house. They don't have parking structure. We propose the same conditions where the one parking is in front of the house, so it's taking part of the landscaping of the front of the house. If it was permitted to park on the side, then we'll complete this area with landscaping. We don't have any issue with that. Actually, if you look at the existing photos of the house I provided, all the parking occurs on that side setback. Is on the right of way. And I also provided photos of the new developments of the street, down the street, and half of the new developments also have the parking right in front of the house and not a parking structure. Some of them do, and but because of the narrow dimensions of the site, we wouldn't like to lose area inside of the house, rather use the front yard to park, the side yard.
sorry, just to add to make the question was, the percentages that you show, are they existing?
No,
Are
no,
they
those are proposed. Those are proposed.
proposed?
Existing,
Okay.
there's almost nothing. In front, there's a little bit of grass, and at the back, there's no landscaping at all. So we are proposing to increase that, the percentage showing the project. Yeah. And also, I provided some photos of the existing conditions of the house. So you can see the existing, front yard, backyard of the existing house.
The parking space in the front, is that going to be redone, or is that existing?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Sorry, the parking space at the front of the house, is that going to remain as is?
No, it's redone between the paving and the landscaping. All the front is going to have new landscaping and new, but the parking area will remain basically the same. It's just for one car.
The parking space itself is not going to be redone. Is that my understanding?
The side one? No.
The one that's showing in your site plan.
That's we're proposing new landscaping in the front and the parking
space.
Yes.
So would you be okay if we indicated that the parking space be produced out of porous or permeable materials?
Yes, that's perfect. Yeah, we're agree with that.
Thank you.
Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. Have you seen the memo from Transportation Services?
No, I didn't see the memo.
It was dated October the 12th. And they are indicating that in looking at the variances and saying that you want to go to 0, they're recommending that the curb cut be restored and removing the parking pad. And they're also saying that there is no front yard parking license. It's not allowable for this address. Do you have an existing in-place license for parking?
I don't think they do. I don't think the family do. Like they park in the street and
okay, so
or in the side. Yeah, sorry.
So transportation is saying that there is no front yard parking. You could not get a front yard parking permit for this address.
Okay, and is it allowed the side yard parking?
I'm just reading what transportation said in their memo of maybe staff could bring it up on the screen. In their memo of October the 12th, in their comments about the variance application.
Okay. So
I see that there's, you have a curb cut there now and you're parking in the front, but yes. I guess you don't have a permit currently.
Correct. I wasn't informed of any permit now.
Okay. And, so I guess that's the dilemma here with respect to what transportation may allow in their comments. So I just wanted your submissions on that.
Yes. Yeah, I could work with transportation to solve the issue. But there is a curve to give access to the right-of-way, to the north setback. That's actually where the neighbors and the owners of the house park their cars. And you can see it in the house description that I provided, front photos and the side photos.
Yeah, I see the photos. I just I wanted your comments with respect to the transportation memo. But thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Further, I was going to raise the same point about transportation. Their comment is it doesn't deal with the existing curb cut. It deals with the proposed curb cut. So back to this drawing that's on the screen right now, they're basically saying you can't have that parking space and you can't have a curb cut that leads to it. So that is a substantial change to the proposal that's before us. You should have discussed this with transportation before you came here, but I'm personally not prepared to counter the transportation recommendation, which would mean that as far as I'm concerned, the parking space and the proposed curb cut, which is the new one, wouldn't be permitted. The other question that I have is to do with your covering letter. In your covering letter, you say that, just to pull it up for a second, we request approval to increase the height of all exterior main walls to 10 meters, but that doesn't agree with what you're asking for. Variance number 1 asks that the height be 9.54. So I need clarification of what it is you're before us asking for, because your covering letter and the agenda material don't seem to agree.
Yes, let me look at this I'll give you give me a second. The the roof level is 9.5 and the parapet level is 10 meters. Must be a typo with the heights. So it's the height proposed shown in the drawings, the drawing package.
Which is 10 feet, right?
Yes,
10 meters.
that's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
The problem that we've got is the material that went out for public participation says 9.54 meters. We can't make that larger. We can't approve 10 today.
And that's okay. That's okay. If we can adjust the heights, it's half a meter, and we can make that change.
So you're agreeing then with variance number 1 as circulated at 9.54.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Byte, go ahead, please.
Just a quick question again, and thanks to Mr. Hayes for reminding us about the transportation report. Given the transportation report that basically says no parking pad in the front, does this now negate variance number 8 and alters variance number 7? Because variance number 8 is asking for no parking space will be provided as required on site, and I'm not sure if that parking space on site is a reference to the parking at the rear of the house as opposed to parking pad in the front of the house. If no parking pad is allowed in the front of the house as per the transportation's report, does this then alter variance number 7, because it would presumably be able to meet the requirement of 75%?
I think we're at the point now where that question is for the applicant. Applicant, do you have any response to that?
If it's not possible to put the parking at the back of the house, there's no space. There would be no space for a car in the back. We either have to use the front or the side of the house.
So you're saying you do want to retain the parking space as part of your proposal. I think at this point we can take the application into committee for a discussion on it. So let's go into committee now and decide what we do here. There are some options open to us. We can approve with the transportation report to apply, and we can refuse some of the variances perhaps. But I'll open it up to panel for a detailed discussion. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Hi, I think variance number 8 would still have to be there, because even if transportation, they need to supply 1 parking spot on the property. They're not given, it's not in the rear because of what they want to do with the house. And and they can't have it in the front, so they still need a variance to say there be 0 parking, in my opinion. I think that the variances on a whole are not unrepresentative of what is already in the area. The applicant has shown a number of comparables, but I would not be prepared to approve it without the attachment of the transportation condition, which would basically mean that they could not have, we would not be approving the plan with a front yard parking.
I can't, just let me understand minor variance number 8. If we were to approve minor variance number 8, that is giving permission for no parking space provided on site.
Yes.
But
if they were able to get a front yard parking pad, they'd still need that variance because they're proposing, I think, the front yard parking pad on in the public right of way. So the variance would still be necessary even if transportation wasn't prohibiting it. To develop the house, they have to provide parking, and they say they can't provide parking on their own property.
Okay. Other comments, please. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other point is the one that Mr. Bayat raised, which is we don't have a number for number 7, for variance number 7. It's greater than 70%, but it isn't 70%. So I don't want to defer this, but this application is in bad shape. We're making changes on the fly, which I don't think we should be doing. I don't know what to do with variance number 7. We don't have a new number.
I tend to agree there because we're not even sure whether or not without the driveway they could meet the 75.
Yeah.
Quite so. Yep.
Okay.
So-
Well, I mean, I don't like to defer anything either, but it may allow them to have a conversation with transportation, but also
Yeah,
meant
I
so
think
we know exactly what we're dealing with. So that might, although I hate to do it, and these discussions should have occurred in advance, it might allow us to have more certainty, because I'm not prepared to not accept transportation's conditions.
Nor am I. I don't think any
I
of us
agree.
are.
So with my colleague's support, I would like to move deferral of the application to allow the applicant to negotiate with the transportation department. Well, we don't need to say any more than that. I think without that consultation, we don't know what we're proving.
Very good. A second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Bayat. So moved and seconded to defer, to allow applicant to consult with transportation. All those in favor, show of hands, please. That motion is carried unanimously. The application is so deferred. We move on to number 5. (216) Glenholme Avenue. Before us, the committee has applicant submitted materials, photograph of a tree, July, presentation material applicant, October 19. We have correspondence from Transportation Services. There is opposition, written opposition from 222, 208, 228, 213, 217, 131, 214 Glenholme, from 269 Lauder, from 207 Glenholme, from the Residents Association, Northcliffe Village Residents Association, and from 215 Glenholme. In support, there is one form letter from 223. So, at this stage, we shall ask the applicant to join us, please, and state your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander, and my address is 49 Bolton Avenue in Toronto. I'm the agent for the proposal at 216 Glenholme Avenue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brander, you'll have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please go ahead now.
Certainly. Committee members and Mr. Chair, this application seeks relief for 3 variances to modify the interior only of a property to convert 2 existing units to 4 units. Firstly, residential multiple is the zoning category for the subject property, And this category caters specifically, as the name would suggest, to a propensity and a desirability for multiple dwelling residences. And tethered to this is an agency to provide appropriate solutions to alleviate housing shortages in the city. These include a range of dwelling types, including detached houses, semi-detached houses, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and apartment buildings. Also, to add to the healthy mix, are laneway suites and garden suites now. All of these housing types are permitted uses, and there's an imposed condition that for proposals greater than 2 units, that an application come before the Committee of Adjustment for their evaluation of the 4 tests specifically. To frame the reading of this bylaw properly, the most remote and secluded residential areas in Toronto are zoned for 2 units or fewer only appropriately. This residential multiple zoning regarded here is not an equivalent zoning to those remote areas, with its proximity to an arterial commercial corridor in St. Clair Avenue West, other commercial pockets on Oakwood and Dufferin, location within a standard 400-meter or 5-minute walking circle of 7 existing transit lines in different directions, and a 0.8 times the area of the lot density coefficient. The affinity of this zoning aspires for more units here where possible. Reinforcing this understanding of the zoning bylaw are past nearby examples with precedents within the same precise RMU2 zone, including 206 Oakwood, 4 units, 27 Conway, 3 units, 201 Cedric, 4 units, 426 Winona, 3 units, and another more recent approval at 455 Lauder Avenue for 4 units that equally have been regarded in this vein, all approved. The one other variance before the committee today identifies a minimum of 4 parking spaces where 2 are existing. Transportation Services, as mentioned, has provided submission indicating no concerns. Street Parking has confirmed there are currently 170 overnight parking permits not being used that are available as needed. And Support Material Sheet 3, if we could flip to that, provides a bylaw snippet of the parking requirement retraction already approved by Council, that the parking requirements for 4-unit dwellings are to be none. But until this appeal closes, the parking variance remains technically applicable only. Brief backstory. Originally in 2017, new homeowners had applied to construct a new dwelling on the lot. This application was approved, but the design, however, was not constructed. There was a change of plans in 2020, and a new application was applied to construct a new 2-dwelling house. This application was approved by the Committee of Adjustment, and this edifice, as it appears today from the exterior, was substantially constructed in accordance with plans. After this work was completed, there was a wrong step in how the homeowners prematurely sought to introduce dwelling units, retrofitting from 2 to 4 units. It's been acknowledged that this was not okay, though there was no intent to offend, and the homeowners underestimated the nature of adverse reactions from some neighbors. We've been engaged as a consultant to observe this due process to rectify the situation and help to straighten things out. So with no proposed changes to the exterior or public realm whatsoever, supported reasonings for the limited variances described, and the current landscape of our city with increasing impetus for intensification projects, reiterated as recently as yesterday with the province's More Homes Built Faster Act, it's felt there's strong support for this incremental change and changes like this. And these would be my initial submissions in support of the application for the consideration of the committee.
Thank you very much, applicant. And applicant, just let me ask you right at this stage, today, right now, how many units are rented and operating as rental units in the property?
I believe there's 4.
4 are operating there. So this is basically an application that is in which the committee is being asked to legalize an existing condition. Okay. Let's go on then to the first registered speaker. Speaker, if you'll join us, please, by stating your name.
Chair, I believe Carl has a question.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question that I think might
Okay, go ahead.
affect what people have to say. Can I ask a question now?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Mr. Brander, on your elevations and plans, it's not clear on the just one second, on the rear elevation. It shows 3 decks, whereas on the side elevations it shows 2 decks, And in the previous decision on this property, the committee specifically removed the third deck. So I'm now confused as to what is before us. The drawing I'm referring to is, just give me 1 second, I'll find the number. It's the west elevation, proposed drawing AA. It shows decks on all 3 levels, but on the side elevations, it shows them as only on 2. And I think that's important for the discussions that there. There's only elevation, if you see there's decks on the ground, but then in the main and the second floor, there's no deck on the 3rd floor. If you look at drawing AA, there's a deck shown on the 3rd floor.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. The rear elevation is incorrect. There was part of the initial proposal in 2020 included upper level decks. Part of the revisions to be more in keeping have removed the upper floor decks and the stairs between the 2nd and 3rd levels.
Okay, so then this drawing A311, that's incorrect. The top deck isn't there.
Correct.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nipfel, for a very sharp eye. Okay. Any other questions, panel, at this stage? If not, we'll go on.
Just Chair, I guess we should amend the purpose of the application then, that it should be to legalize.
I think yes, when we get to that stage, we probably should do exactly that. And well, we can do it now. Yeah. Let's just have a look at the wording and convert the existing 3-story. Yes, we are being asked to legalize to. We'll ask the Madam or the Deputy Secretary Treasurer for some wording there. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, you see what we'd like to do? We'd like to legalize, or we'd like the wording to be changed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, typically when there's an order to comply, we use wording such as to legalize and to maintain. When there isn't an order to comply, then we use the term to permit.
Okay, well, that word is not in here.
So we can make that amendment.
Very good. Okay. Okay, Ms. Hayes?
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. Moderator, could you give me a reading, please, on how many speakers are standing by to speak on this application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have all registered speakers in attendance.
Okay. Very good. Okay, then. So that sounds to me like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's a total of 6 registered speakers, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Let us begin with the first one, please. I'll just before I do that, I will say to the speakers then, as you present your views, which we are very much wanting to hear, please remember there's no need to repeat what a previous speaker has already conveyed, but we do look for your statements about the impact of how this proposal, if approved, would be viewed by you, how the impact it would have on you. And another thing to say, just as we get into this, is also that the committee's role in a situation like this is to look at this proposal as if it was still a proposal rather than an existing condition. That's how we have to look at it, and that's how we will make our judgment, as if how we would view this if we were being asked to view it. It's still being in the proposal phase. Number 1, speaker, please. State your name and join us.
Sandra Pessione, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Sandra Pessione. I live at 208 Glenholme Avenue. There are other speakers who will speak extensively about this issue, but I just wanted to add to my letter that I did participate in the session in 2000. And I had, at that point, I had expressed my concern that this building looked like a fourplex. And the applicant assured us that it was a duplex. And so you can see why there's a concern in the neighborhood that they've gone ahead and circumvented the system by building a fourplex and then asking for permission after the fact. So That's all I'm saying right now. I give the rest of my time to others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra. Next speaker, please.
Carla, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Carla Daniela. I'm from 206 Glenholme. I also attended the first meeting with Sandra, and I agree they were not forthcoming with us. I did notice that my number, my house number, was not called when for the letter submission, and I did submit a letter. So I just wanted to. Okay.
My apology to you.
That's okay.
I do have a letter here from 208 Glenholme, Sandra.
206. No, 206 Glenholme.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, here it is too. Yes, we do have Carla and Dominic. Daniele, okay, we do have your letter. I apologize for going over that.
Yep, and I will give my time to other speakers. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Pablo Idahosa, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. My wife and I, Viviana Petroni, live behind the building at 269 Lauder Avenue. And like the other speakers, and as the speakers will be forthcoming, they'll indicate that really our concern was one over what we consider to be the lack of due process. We've, in effect, been presented with a fait accompli. So I don't want to get into the history. You have our letter, which identifies our historical concerns and also, but primarily, our concern over the fact that we were under what now appears to be the delusion that it was going to be a duplex, and it's now turned into a fourplex. I would add to the lack of really oversight in the regulatory process that none of us have really been in many ways privy to. And I'll just give two instances of that. One is the actual size of the building. It's very, very hard for a layperson to actually identify what the size is going to be, how it reflects with regards to light, until you actually see the building. And it was only when the building went up that we had a sense of the actual disproportionate nature of the building relative, and contrary to what was earlier said, to the buildings in the neighborhood. One of the streets that was cited, for example, was Oakwood. Oakwood is a large street, in contrast to Glenholme and our own street, Lauder, which are not. The second issue is the issue, and again, it gets back to regulation, is the issue of the asphalted car park at the back, which again, if this is turned into a fourplex, then there's the possibility of having 4 cars at the back. We had to make numerous requests about the gradient, which was never taken into consideration for the runoff of the water and possibly ice and snow during the winter. And it was only with our intervention that was put into place. And in fact, it was one of the tenants that actually put down grass in extensio, unlike the small piece of grass that was put in by the agent or the builders. So for us, it's an issue of a lack of good faith, in fact, a bad faith. I noted that the issue of permissibility, which is really the issue of legitimacy with respect to the bylaws and the ordinances of the city. If I can just quickly speak to the issue of affordability, and this seems to me to be a post hoc intervention in the context of a process that has never been cleared, has never been transparent, and it seems to me that the agent is using this in the current political situation to add legitimacy to the process, when in fact, this is after the fact and had nothing to do with their application in the first place. So fundamentally, this is an issue of bad faith. It's an issue of a lack of respect of the community, and it's about the regulatory oversight in the context of a long process, it seems to us, of deception. So I'll leave it there and allow my other colleagues to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. State your name.
Shirley Moore, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Shirley Moore, and I have some photos. H3A correspondence in opposition 13. If you could bring those up, please.
Just a moment, please.
Yes, of course.
Bring up, okay.
I think they're further up. H3A. Yep. Yes, those are them. Thank you. If you could rest on this photo, and is it okay if I give direction to forward to the other photos when need be?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Shirley Moore. I live across the street from this development. There was a very sweet older woman who used to live there, Maria. When she passed away, we guessed someone would likely build a larger house. What we didn't expect was the deceit, a myriad of issues, lack of protection from the city. From the very beginning, the neighbors had been supportive of the owners when they came by to get sign off to changes to the property, as was mentioned previously. They wanted a modern house first, then they were moving in, then they tried to sell it with the plans, then they wanted other variances. Time again, neighbors signed their forms. Then one day they came to me for signatures. They said they loved the neighborhood, they wanted to move in with their kids. I would describe it as a charm offensive. I asked them point blank, is this a duplex? And what do you mean by a duplex? They said a home with an apartment. I saw it right there in the plans, in writing. It said duplex. From the drawing, at that time, I honestly, as was said, couldn't tell how big this building was going to be. I foolishly thought the city would oversee the owners and that they stuck to the plans, so I signed it. Can you go to the next photo, please? When the building started to go up, I noticed how large it was getting, larger than it seemed in the drawings. It didn't follow the original footprint of the house. It was much larger than any building in its vicinity, to tell you the truth, as you can see. One day, one of my neighbors told me the owner was building an actual fourplex, and we thought it was a mistake. It's not what the permit had said that was affixed to the fence, and it's not what the owner told us originally. Could you go to the next photo, please? A few weeks went by. We noticed 4 hydrometers, 4 gas meters, then 4 doorbells, 4 entrances. Then we knew for certain that there was something going on. A number of us started contacting the city and our counselor. We were told there was nothing that they could do until 4 kitchens went in. The whole thing was honestly quite ludicrous because it was clear to all of us what was going on. I talked to the building inspector as well. He told me the building in that way, the way it was developed, and now it was clear to us it was a developer, were avoiding about $100,000 in development fees to city coffers. I felt deceived like my neighbors and duped. The project proceeded in bad faith, as you've heard before. That's how we characterize it around here. In the end, they erected a massive fourplex. Could you go to the next, please? It's not in keeping with the neighborhood in terms of its size, its scope, and design. Once they were given the sign off by the city inspector as 2 units, they moved in 2 additional kitchens into the building. So the property has been in permit violation shortly after receiving that final inspection. Could you show the next 2 photos, please? Appreciate it. When they advertised the 3rd unit, the city stepped in and slapped an order on them. Then they were told to fix the backyard, which you've heard about runoff. There are 3 zoning bylaws being broken. Zoning only allows for a duplex, and we feel it needs to be respected. Now, to get into the housing shortage, I think it's a very key point. There is also a shortage of diversity of housing. In fact, they talked about this on CBC radio this morning. We have 5 condo buildings going up in our immediate area, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. There is no great need for this development, but a duplex or a semi-detached would have added much more to the neighborhood and housed the same number of people while offering those family housing options. This is not even in keeping with the province's new rules announced yesterday, which talked about duplexes and triplexes. This doesn't even follow that. In the end, this building is not in keeping with the city approved plan, and the developer had approval to build one thing and then built another. So please turn down this request for a fourplex and the changes to parking. Please don't reward that behavior and ensure the developer cannot repeat it. Thank you very much for listening, panel.
Thank you very much. Panel questions for the speaker.
Can I add something? There are only 2 units that are occupied right now. The other units are not occupied. There's a couple and a couple with a baby. It's the main floor unit and the second floor unit.
I'm sorry, you're going beyond your time here in a second, but your question is going to be for the applicant. So put your question, and we'll hope the applicant can address it. Go ahead. Shirley? Okay, let's bring Shirley back for a moment if we can. Shirley?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me back.
Okay,
Yes,
Shirley, your question will be for the applicant, but go ahead and put it.
Thank you. Applicant, could you confirm how many of these apartments are rented out? Because we live here and we know only 2 are rented out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving along to the next speaker, please. Please join us by stating your name.
Maurice Williams, you've been unmuted, and I do see that you have been signed in on 2 different devices, so you'll have to unmute your second device, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We do hear you, Maurice. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for speaking with us this morning. I won't repeat everything that's been said before, but basically the Residents Association got involved because there was increasing concern with this project once the size of it became apparent, and it was quite obvious as it moved along that what was permitted as a duplex was being built as a fourplex. And there's been mentioned bad faith, and there has been bad faith throughout. He obviously had a permit for a duplex, but he chose to build a fourplex. It's not in keeping with the character of our area whatsoever. And more to the point, it sort of brings into sort of doubt the whole integrity of the system if people can just get a permit for one thing and then quite literally choose to build another thing and try and present it as a sort of a set fact after the matter. I mean, for that reason alone, never mind zoning or permits or anything else, this development should be sort of refused just because of the bad faith that's been exhibited from start to finish with it. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Maurice. Any questions, panel, for the speaker? Okay. I have Maurice, are you still with us? I'm sorry, can we bring Maurice back?
Yes, I'm still here.
Maurice, is it your understanding then that what was built in terms of the actual structure that we see there, forget about the internal division of it into units, but the actual structure, is that structure not what the city permitted? The drawings were submitted, there was a permit issued. Is the building that is sitting there now not what those drawings represented?
I believe the building does represent what was on the permit, but from day one, it was obviously designed interiorly and exteriorly with exits and everything else to function as a fourplex, not a duplex.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's go on now to next speaker. Good morning.
Richard Rotman.
You didn't call my name. Richard Rotman, correct? So I am the owner of the property immediately south of 216 Glenholme. Although I don't live there now as a result of a domestic partnership, I remain keenly involved in neighborhood issues, as the other neighbors know. And I don't want to repeat everything that everyone else said, but I would say that I find it very interesting that the actual owner didn't have the courage to show up here and sent an agent and, didn't want to accept the wrath of the neighbors against his double dealing. So at the very beginning, I went to the Committee of Adjustment. I was neither for or against, and a lawyer took me aside and showed me the plans and said, would you support? There are going to be 2 families. It seemed like a reasonable request. And as you know, the same story was told to all the neighbors. Time went on, it became readily apparent that this was the beginning of the new owner's big lie. He had no intentions of creating a structure for 2. It was an outrageous falsehood, conceived in bad faith with the intent of cheating the city out of its rightful revenue for a building with 4 apartments, not 2. As everyone has said, 4 utility pipes were clearly visible. 2 kitchens were moved in. If the neighborhood had not been vigilant, the owner would have pulled a fast one on all of us, including the city of Toronto. So in conclusion, I believe that the owner of 216 Glenholme has been unmasked as an untruthful actor, ready to lie and cheat for his own ill-gotten gain and not someone who wishes to contribute to the betterment of the neighborhood. My recommendation is to immediately prevent him from doubling the number of apartments in this small building on a quiet, peaceful residential street. I will be pleased to say publicly why I, as the owner of the adjacent property, am against his requests at any other committee meetings. Thank you very much for having us here, and we appreciate your time and attention.
Question
That's
for
my-
you. Okay, Richard, don't go just yet. We have a question for you. Mr.
Not going.
Niffel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard, when you saw the plans way back when, presumably the envelope was the same, but the plans we have before us show clearly 4 apartment units. Did it show 4 apartment units then, or did it show 2?
No, 2.
Or do you remember?
And that was the promise. Two people will move, 2 families will move in, or even the owner, who's not here, of course, will move in. So there was never any mention whatsoever of 4.
And the drawings didn't show 4 kitchens, 4 bathrooms, and so forth.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. I have looked up the site and there is an order to comply from 2021. So the wording then would have to be to legalize and to maintain.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Okay, so there is an order to comply against the property from 2021. Most important, thank you very much. Okay, I believe that goes through all the speakers. We shall return now to the agent, who will have a chance to speak to the issues that were raised by these speakers. Agent, please rejoin us.
Adam, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Chair.
Adam, yes, you have an opportunity now, Adam, to speak to the issues that were raised by the speakers. Go ahead, please.
Certainly. I took notes and gathered some thoughts in response to some of the comments. We were not the applicant on the previous application, and so we can only speak to the drawings and documents provided. I understand the order of things, as we mentioned, was of no benefit to anyone, and better transparency is an asset that we try to uphold in all of our applications. There's 2 items I could speak to. One is in conversation with some of the neighbors, we did do a neighbor engagement effort as a part of this application to try to vet any questions and maybe clear the air a little bit. One neighbor had mentioned that they felt that something fully contained within someone else's property was not any of their business, and maybe that was speaks to the minor nature of the application. And another neighbor that did sign in support appreciated the alternative and additional housing. They have kids who are coming of age, and affordability and desirability of something other than a whole house was positive. And they also appreciated that it could be geared to someone who didn't own motor vehicles. And the other thing is, buildings have a long lifetime if they're built well, so easily 100 years. And this is a new build project, and it will be here longer than all of us. And this thought is to hopefully add some perspective. If properties are constructed in such a way that they can adapt and change with little or no impact to the exterior public realm, I feel this is a desirable trait for buildings.
Excuse me, applicant. Do you have any comment to make about the things that were said by the speakers?
Yeah, I think this is a response to creating a built form and then retrofitting it. And that aspect of the proposal that's being questioned. So as we've been involved, the desirability to retrofit the interior with represents good planning and neighborhood impacts, but also thoughtful design and environmental consideration to best meet the changing needs of the city now and in the future for the useful life of the building. And I know this one was retrofitted almost right away. The outside of the building in its form was unanimously approved in 2020. There's some comments speaking to that and its size, and that was a while ago. The appearance as it faces the street is distinctly neighborhood residential in its look and feel. And there's no height variance, there's no length variance, so questions on the size of the building. Some of the houses in the area are very old and substantially smaller than the current bylaws that govern. So that's a bit of the difference. But over the life of this building, there will be other developments in this area, and there have been, that they go to a larger size as densification is part of our way as a city to provide housing. This process, should the committee approve the application, will allow for all the appropriate fees to be applied to the property, whereas if it's refused, it will not. The homeowner did correct me that only 2 units are occupied at the moment, as a kind of a holding until the due process kind of takes place. And there was a distancing from the homeowner as they felt a bit removed from their neighbors. There was not face-to-face interaction, but interaction from the neighbors that went through other media outlets and things to cast a shadow on the owner and not engage with them on a face-to-face basis. So yeah, they also didn't feel good, and there's a whole bunch of negative feelings here that yeah, that are largely part of a lack of transparency. But I maintain that the nature of the proposal in what it's looking to do is in keeping with the bylaws, the intent of the official plan, and the way of retrofitting it is a good thing that mitigates the impact on
I
the
shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now there's an opportunity for questions to the applicant from the panel. Panel, questions for the applicant, please. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brander, am I correct that the owner has remained the same, but that you're a new consultant? There was an original consultant and you're a subsequent consultant, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you were brought on, there presumably was a set of drawings available to you. Did that show 2 or 4 units?
It showed an existing permit that had 2 units and a set of drawings that could be retrofitted to 4 units as the application package for this submission.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. The drawings that you saw were for 2 units, but there was another set with 4 units?
Yeah, the drawings for the permit package in 2020 showed a 2-unit configuration with the majority of the spaces as they were. It was 2 2-story, 2-bedroom or 4-bedroom units, and the further development of the property would include subdividing to 4 1-story units, also all 2-bedroom units geared to small families.
That showed on the original permit drawings?
No, the original permit drawing showed 2 units.
So the drawings that show 4 units were the ones that you were asked to create?
No, they were created by the original consultant, and we were just asked to speak on the file in relation to the variances.
So therefore, the intention of 4 units was known way back before you were even hired?
There was a possibility to for future growth and change in the building that was considered, yeah.
And what date would that have been?
I was brought on earlier this year to look at the application.
And the other question, you raised the provincial government's housing strategy that was announced yesterday, and the main focus of that is to provide affordable housing. You heard neighbors here say that what is being provided here is not basically affordable housing. with that in mind, can you tell me what the rent structure is for these 4 units if they're approved?
These units are at market rent, so the idea of providing more supply and smaller units is geared
Can you
towards
identify what the
affordability.
market rent is? What's market rent in your terms?
Here, I believe it's $2,500 a month.
For each of the 4?
Yeah. Perhaps less for the basement unit.
Okay, what I'm confused by is it sounds as though, even from the information that was made available to you, the spokesman for the project, that the intention was always to create 4 units.
At some point in the future, it was a consideration, and the out of order thing that was not coming back to committee to in advance of retrofitting, and that's acknowledged.
Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. In your presentation materials that were filed with the committee in advance, you give a couple of examples of properties where there are more than 2 units. One is on, well, in terms of a fourplex, one on Oakwood, which is a major road, and one on Cedric, which is on a corner lot. Is there other fourplexes in the neighborhood that are mid-block and on a side street like this that you can point to the committee to?
That's through you, Mr. Chair. We have 201 Cedric, it's 4 units, and 455 Water on the street adjacent, that's 4 units as well.
What's the address on Lauder?
455. It was approved in August of this year.
4 units?
A 4 unit, that's correct.
Was that for a new build, or was it adding a unit to a 3 unit, or what was it?
Just a moment, please.
That's not noted in your initial presentation material.
Applicant, are you
I think
trying to come up with
Yeah,
an answer on that?
just-
Okay. Take your time.
It was to convert existing 3 unit to a 4 unit building with a 3rd story addition and rear 3rd floor balcony.
Okay, thank you.
My question, applicant, is this. So the owner applies for and gets a building permit, submits drawings for a 2 unit building, is permitted to build that, subsequently builds what is already configured as a 4 unit structure, to which the city responds with an order to comply. What was the owner's response to, in terms of action taken to the order to comply?
To resolve it immediately. And in that process, they engaged us to come before the committee and speak to the nature of the project.
Okay. Panel members, other questions for the agent? In that case, there'd be no further questions. Just before we take this into committee, for the background information of all those listening, let's go back to what the Committee of Adjustment is actually set up to do. We are not vested with punitive or disciplinary powers. The Committee of Adjustments' stated task is to examine applications made with, and then to evaluate those applications with respect to the variances that are proposed according to a set of 4 tests. The Committee of Adjustment in no way condones construction either without permit or construction that does not go along with what was permitted. We very much understand the basic need for permitting and for compliance with it. But what our job is in a situation like this is to look at the variances that are presented and to kind of confine our view of the application to those variances and to view the application as if it was still on paper, as if it was still a proposal, unbuilt. So that's what our task and our job is. Having said that, now we're going to go into committee to discuss the application, and I look to the panel for some comment, please. Who'd like to start off? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad you noted our role. I think that's a very good starting point, and I do believe that that's what's before us. We have to focus on the variances before us. I do, however, also take into account that in this immediate neighborhood, in the immediate block, perhaps, or thereabouts, there may well be duplexes where there's a residence with 2 units in it, but in terms of 4plexes, there don't seem to be any in that immediate strip. Both variances 2 and 3, from my perspective, are excessive. Certainly, the zoning, rezoning of in variance number 2, I find problematic, and variance number 3, I find problematic. Notwithstanding that the owners would have known this when they initially decided to build, and hoping that presumably they could change it in the future. I also find I feel badly for the applicant because he's kind of been dropped in, parachuted in at this stage of the game. So, he's having to justify a situation that he wasn't aware of perhaps fully from the beginning. It's an application that is now trying to ride on the current sentiment in the city and the province that, we need higher density, etc. But I find both variance number 2 and 3 difficult to support, and for that reason, I won't be supporting. And having listened to the eloquent responses or messages from all the people in opposition, I won't be supporting this application.
Thank you, Mr. Byatt. Mr. Nipfel, go next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Mr. Byatt, I won't be supporting this application either. There's a long history of this community being opposed to something of this sort for quite reasonable reasons. It's not as though suddenly there's a provincial government mandate to increase housing and there's a comfortable and sophisticated way of gently densifying this area. This isn't gentle, and it's not a surprise that this community is opposed. They've been opposed all along. What I find appalling, notwithstanding the fact that we do not have the punitive powers, I do think it's rather unfortunate that the applicant has clearly, from the information that's been presented to us, had the idea of building a 4plex all along. And I feel sorry for, as my colleague said, for Mr. Brander, who's here to take all the bullets for that. He wasn't involved in this initially, and I think to a certain extent, don't shoot the messenger. But I do believe that the proposal for four for a fourplex is in fact inappropriate to this area. And that's something that's been known for quite some time and has been recorded in previous Committee of Adjustment decisions as well. So like my colleague, I won't be supporting this application. And I think the very eloquent presentations by the neighborhood who these people have obviously got neighborhood character and commitment in mind. And with more people like that, the city would be a much better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, trying to look at the examples provided by the applicant's representative in their presentation materials and orally today with respect to where there may be other fourplexes in the neighborhood. When you look at those properties, they, you know, Oakwood is a major street. It's not an interior residential street. And also all the examples that provided are fourplex are corner lots. They're not in the same context of what's here. You know, the zoning bylaw does allow for 2 units. It doesn't allow for 4. You know, there are announcements that have been made with respect to general density, and the municipality has to raise that. But I think that the context of this build, in the context of the neighborhood, and in the provisions that are in the current zoning bylaw, I don't think the examples of other fourplexes are comparable, and I can't support the application.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. And for my part, I agree with you completely that the situation of this property being mid-block is very, very determinative. I agree with Mr. Byatt's take on both variances number 2 and 3, that they are excessive asks of the committee, so I won't be able to support it either. I look to someone on panel, please, for a motion. Yeah. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
I'd like to move to refuse the application as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to refuse the application. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And that vote is unanimous. The motion is carried, and the application is thereby refused. The panel moves on to application number 6, 2551 Dundas Street West. On this application before us are the materials submitted, cover letter from the agent, September 20, order to comply, February 18th, 2021. And there is support in the form of 6 form letters originating from 20 and 22 Jerome, plus 2549A and 2549B Dundas West. So I'll have the agent join us, please.
Hello, my name is Judy Sansole and I am the agent for 2551 A Dundas West.
Good afternoon. Okay. So, panel members, we have no one registered to speak in opposition on this application. Any questions for the agent? I have one question, agent, and that is there's the actual shed. What is the shed's purpose? What is it used for?
The shed is used for couple bikes and garden tools.
Okay. And the shed, of course, is already built. So this is a request to legalize something that's already been built.
Yeah, I can speak to that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
It was built. It is, I think what triggers all this is the very unique property, the limited rear yard they have, and sort of the instinct to build it tucked into the existing building, therefore leaving their limited backyard as open as possible. If you look at the drawings that were submitted, the permit drawings, it is built like a shed. It's the low ceiling height like a shed. It's all construction is a shed. The variances become triggered because by building it against the house, it then, it sort of takes on, being part of the house by zoning. But the area, it's 1.6 meters by 1.6 meters. It's smaller than what's even allowed as a shed. What's permitted by the city, it's tiny, but it adds 0.01 to the existing FSI. And so that triggers that.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Mr. Niffel, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify, is the deck itself built? And the reason I'm asking is for the purpose of the application. It sounds as though we want to legalize the shed, but is the deck itself built as well?
The deck is not built. We are looking to have that built.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, do we need to change the purpose so that it reads to construct the rear deck and to legalize the shed? Because one part's built and one part isn't.
I think we do need to do that. Let's just check with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the wording of the purpose to reconstruct the rear deck is okay in this instance. And we also have the terminology also to permit a rear shed that was constructed without the benefit of a building permit. So I think we're okay.
I think it does represent, yeah, it does. Okay, then, if there are no further questions for the applicant.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Chair, if I could ask a question. When one looks at a Google map view, these presumably might have been storefronts in the old days. And it looks like there's no rear garden space at all. It's almost like it's all built over. Am I correct? Or am I seeing something that I shouldn't be seeing?
I don't know if you're speaking to me, but I did, or if you're in committee, but I did include in my covering letter, there was a couple maps. This used to be it was zoned differently as I believe mixed residential and commercial, I want to say. It was redeveloped in 2002 into semi-detached and detached homes. So it looks very different than it would have then, but there was a significant redevelopment.
The access to this particular property is through a little laneway, from what I can see. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's a nice way to sort of densify.
Unusual, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Just curious.
Okay, then, at this stage, let's take the application into committee for a motion, unless anyone has a comment. Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very minor application and one that's easy to support. I don't see any negative implications to its approval, so I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
Thank you very much. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion. The application is so approved. With that, the panel is going to take a 10-minute recess, and we shall reconvene at 11:37. 10-minute recess. Thank you.
See here, I think your mic's on.
We resume. And the panel resumes with item number 7, 143 King Edward Avenue. Before it, the committee has materials submitted, copy of a revised site plan, 2 photographs of the rear yard, and a cover letter from the agent July 13. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry, October 18. Okay. We'll ask the agent now to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello, it's Michael Carr calling from 143 King Edward. I'm actually the owner of the property.
Good afternoon, or good morning to you. Very good.
Morning.
Okay, Michael, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like to have a presentation on this or might have questions for you. There's no request for a presentation. Any questions, panel, for the applicant? Ms. Hayes, go right ahead.
Mr. Carr, a question for you with respect to the lot coverage. I recognize from the statistics that the house is at 35.35.
Yes.
This is quite a large structure you're building to get to 45. Is that size of shed represented in the neighborhood?
Actually, the one kitty corner to me is, if not larger, it's an aluminum one. I'm looking at it right now. It's just, I have no space at my house. Everything's in my basement where I also, sleep as well.
So that one that's kitty corner to you, I see it in the photo.
Yes.
Is that larger than what you're proposing?
Yes, yes.
Could you show the photographs of the rear yard?
That's sort of one of those prefab things there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And how deep is that in that yard?
Oh, you know what? I'm really sorry. I actually don't know at this point.
Okay.
It's,
But
it's,
you would,
it's probably about the same as mine. I'm looking at it now.
so you would suggest it's relative in terms of the massing in the rear yard, it's similar to what you're proposing, or yours is smaller?
I think mine is smaller. Mine's definitely smaller than that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, applicant.
Yes.
So your variance involves lot coverage to 45%, where 35 is allowed. Do you know what the lot coverage existing is today?
I don't. I'm really, yes. I'm sorry, can you clarify the question? I'm just not sure how to answer it in layman's terms. I'm really sorry.
I'm trying to tell whether the shed is going to occupy 10% of the lot area or whether it's a smaller number than that.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, when I looked at the site statistics, it said the house was 35.35. So it's this with the shed will be just barely under 10%.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for that assistance.
Okay, so it is a substantial shed, yes.
Yes, I suppose. It just was going, I have such a deep lot that then I can work on the rest of it, looking nice and actually making a garden and stuff. But it would just kind of give me a lot of space for all my garden tools and some extra storage. But also, I think it would just beautify the backyard.
Will it be equipped with plumbing?
No.
No plumbing, okay.
No.
Okay. Other questions, panel? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you be using the shed for like an office or anything, or is it just purely storage?
No, it's purely storage. I work in the film industry. I have no use of an office space.
So you wouldn't mind a condition that says the shed is to be used strictly for storage?
No, that's fine.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, then. If there
So
are
is the
no...
name of your company Backyard Escape Studios?
No, that's the builder I found.
When I first read that,
Yeah.
when I read the title, when I was reviewing materials,
Yeah.
I thought it was reading, it's the Backyard Escape Studio Shed for you. It's where you're going to escape to. That's how it kind of read when I first looked at it.
No, they do.
Title, anyway.
Yeah, they do actually do some of that stuff, but I just like the look of it, and I just thought it would just. I have to look at it from my kitchen here, so I would like something that actually looks nice.
Well, I think that might be that title might be something that was why my colleague was asking that question.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. Absolutely.
Very good, then. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Sorry, one more question. Are you familiar with the report from the forestry department that requires that you build this on helical piles?
No, you know what? Actually, when I heard the forestry thing, that's why I just made a note here. I haven't been given anything for that, and
maybe we could pull that up on the screen. Could you see it if we pull it up on the screen?
Sure.
Just a moment, please. We're going to do that.
Oh, okay.
Forestry report.
Okay.
It's actually the one called forestry memo. There's two.
Oh,
There's
okay.
one called forestry memo and forestry report. It's the one that's the memo. It's really explicit.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's just to protect those trees at the. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, good enough. Thanks.
Very good. Let us then move on. Is anyone ready on the panel to move to a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this one is quite an improvement over what exists currently, despite the fact that it is a somewhat larger unit. I move to approve, I believe there's forestry number 2 condition, as well as the memo that makes reference to helical piles being utilized. With that in mind, I move to approve.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve.
Can I interrupt for a minute, Chair?
Go
Carl,
ahead.
were you looking for a condition that it just be used for storage?
Yes, we are, and thank you,
yes,
Ms.
Brian.
Hayes.
Thank you.
Please add that.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. So that condition is to be part of the motion. Let's return then to a vote. Those in favor of the amended motion, show of hands, please. Vote is unanimous. So the amended motion is approved, and the application is approved. The amended motion is carried. The application is approved. Thank you. We move on to number 9. (170) Forest Hill Road.
Actually, Mr. Chairman,
Pardon
we're
me,
at number
pardon me.
8 or
I beg your pardon. I missed number 8. So I'm backtracking to number 8, and it is 58 Drayton Avenue. On this application, the only materials before the panel are those submitted by the applicant, plus a report from Urban Forestry. And we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've tried reaching out to the agent and they are not responding to any calls, so they're not present at the meeting.
Agent not present. In that case, I think we'll just set this application aside. And if you could continue to try that applicant from time to time. So number 8 is going to be set aside while we continue to make contact with the agent. And that takes us on to number 9. 170 Forest Hill Road. On this application, we have those materials submitted. There's an arborist report, July. Presentation materials from October. Staff report from Urban Forestry, October. And we'll ask the agent please to join us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
We hear you well, yes. Please state your name.
Thank you. It's Ian Andres. Last name's Andres. I'm with Goodman's, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much. Just to check now, moderator, with you, there is someone standing by in opposition. So, Mr. Andres, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's actually been a late-breaking development, and with great regret, we are asking for a deferral of this matter this morning. The zoning examiner alerted Mr. Wengel's office just this morning that he had missed some variances, and I believe, in fairness to Mr. Tang, representing the adjacent owner, he had mentioned that in his opposition letter as well. So as it stands, the list of variances on the public hearing notice is incomplete, and while I would very much like to proceed today, and I'm sure my client would as well, we are in a situation where the full list of variances on the new zoning examiner's notice, which I see has been posted as of 9:34 this morning after the hearing commenced, is, it doesn't match what was on the hearing notice. So regrettably, I think we have to defer this one.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that. So request to defer. I'm just going to speak to the person who's standing by in opposition. And I think we're pretty much bound to defer because it was a city oversight. So, but just let me, if I could put on the person who's in, Mr. Tang.
Yes, Mr. Tang, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, that in fact was actually my request in any event, having identified the potential for those two variances, which the plans examiner did identify in the revised plans or zoning review this morning. So I'm completely content with this matter being deferred. And in fact, I have reached out to the architect for the applicant, and now, of course, we have Mr. Andres that we can speak to as well. There is at least some hope that with sudden sensitive treatment to this application, we can find a resolution here.
Okay, Very good. Thank you for that. So in that case, let's go to the panel, please. Panel members, you've heard the background here. And I do look to someone for a motion with respect to this request to defer. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the fact that additional variances have been identified, I would move to defer the application to allow for new plans to be submitted and a new notice to be given.
Thank you. There is a second, Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore
Mr.
moved
Chairman, I think we should also thank Mr. Tang for being so diligent to actually find the missing variances.
Good point. Thank you. It is moved and seconded to defer in order to correct the deficiency or the variance list. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. The application is thereby deferred. We move to number 10. 307 Russell Hill Road. Committee has before it applicant materials, including a revised site plan. There's an arborist report, July. There are staff reports from transportation and from urban forestry. So we shall ask the agent for this application to join us by stating your name.
Members of committee, my name is Michael Goldberg from Goldberg Group, and I'm the planning consultant for the applicant.
Good morning to you. Okay, panel. Any requests here for a presentation or questions for the applicant? Okay, Mr. Bite, go first. Ms. Hayes second. Mr. Nipfel third.
A question for you is that when I looked at the both the site plan and I think it's the basement elevation, am I correct in suggesting that there's a parking garage below the front entrance area or the front landscaped area?
No, there is not. There is a parking elevator inside the front of the house that goes down to the parking garage. The garage is below the front yard. Yes.
So in essence, the basement area extends beyond the front of the house line.
The basement area does, yes, sir. Yes, so you get access by the parking elevator that is interior to the site. It is completely under the ground. There are no regulated trees on the front of the property that are affected by this. I think urban forestry would acknowledge that in their comments. This element will not be seen or even elevated once it's completed. You could see the front of the house. There are basically 3 steps from grade going up into the house, nothing was elevated because of that basement. We comply with main building wall height. We comply with overall height, and there's no variances related to those elements.
So that's indicated in drawing number A1. So if I look at A0,
yes,
just letting colleagues bring that up.
A0 is the first.
A0 is further up. Up, yeah, right there. So A0, where that the drawings of the 2 cars are shown, the car at the bottom right, that's where your elevator is to take the car down.
No, the elevator actually is inside the front wall of the house.
Okay.
If you go to drawing A1 or A2, you will see that.
Okay, yeah, it's in there beyond the front house line. So the turning area for the vehicles, once the vehicle goes down, that's underneath the, going back to A0, the vehicles that are shown on this drawing, that area is above the turning area that's in the basement.
Yeah, if you go to drawing A1, if you go to drawing A1, that's the one.
Yeah.
So that elevator is inside or beyond or east of the front wall of the house. It goes down, and then you could see the various turning movements
Right.
that are in there. So so the maneuvering area is 9.03 meters wide, which is quite generous and about 3 meters wider than what would be an aisle in a commercial parking lot or in a basement garage. So it just allows for comfortable maneuvering once you're in that garage.
So if I go back to A0, the landscaped area there, if one dug down, what would be the depth of the soil before we hit the roof of that structure?
So that's a fair question. Let me see if I have an answer for you. Yes. If you go to drawing A8, are you there? Yeah. So there isn't an actual dimension there, but it appears to be about a meter of depth. Maybe 3/4 of a meter of depth, of soil depth.
Yeah, my concern would be a permeability of the soil being able to percolate to ground, to a water table. This is a structure that basically will obstruct that kind of percolation of moisture. It's also basically extending the house out in the front.
Well, it certainly is extending the house in the basement out to the front, but from a standpoint of official plan policy to respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood, I would suggest it has no impact or no effect on the existing character of the neighborhood, because that area will be completely below grade with driveways and landscaping.
Thank you.
Ms. Mercedes, go ahead with your question, please.
Thank you. Mr. Goldberg, just a couple of questions for you. I'd like to hear your response to the transportation comments.
Yes.
And also the forestry memo about the city trees. I'd like to hear your submissions with respect to those two matters, please, and thank you.
No problem. Thank you. In terms of, I'll go in the reverse order that you mentioned it. In terms of these forestry, we are fine with protecting those two pear trees. So if that's added as a condition, we have no objection to that. These are actually very small caliber trees, and we recognize that they are located in the city boulevard and therefore are regulated or controlled by the city. The ones that there's a row of them that go onto the private property that will be removed. They're not regulated on private property, but our client has concluded that if it's the desire of urban forestry to protect those trees, we will do so, and we'll apply for the necessary permits to ensure their preservation. In terms of the transportation comments, we note that they have no objection to variance number 2, and we actually had no objection to deleting that variance, to tell you the truth. We could comply in the east-west section of the driveway. Members, in terms of the hammerhead, we will respectfully request to go with the variance for the hammerhead, because as urban forestry, or I should say as transportation services has advised, wanting it to be no more than the 4.5 meters, we're concerned that if there's a car casually parked on that north-south portion, that the rear of that car would be extending into the east-west portion of the driveway section. But I would also raise to you, Ms. Hayes, and through other members of the committee, that this is a neighborhood that, and I'm not even, if you look at the last 3 and 4 pages of my presentation that I provided, and maybe that could be brought up as a means to answer that question. I can see it there on E4. No, up higher, presentation material, right there, thank you. So if you go to the last 4, no, well, maybe that's not.
Wrong application.
Yeah, that's the wrong application. In any event, this is a neighborhood on Russell Hill Road. Our pictures are only on Russell Hill Road, and our pictures show that this is a neighborhood that frequently, and also on each side of this application, that's it. If you go to the last 3 pages of the, there we go. Go back to the, so.
I acknowledge there's a lot of hammerhead driveways. I
A lot of hammerhead.
I don't dispute that. It's just the specifics with respect to the size.
Yeah, so there are a lot of hammerheads. I would suggest to you, like, for instance, that view at 299 on the screen right now, that's similar. That's the arrangement that we want. Now that's a circular driveway. There are many circular driveways and there are many hammerhead driveways. We didn't propose a circular driveway, Ms. Hayes, because there is actually a significant city tree that would be required to be removed.
Okay, excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you there if you don't mind, and because I know there are further questions. Mr. Nipfel, your question, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I was actually, my questions are the same as Ms. Hayes, but now to clarify, are you saying that you're opposed to the condition that the transportation is putting forward?
I'm going to say this, Mr. Nipfel. We certainly do not want this application to fall on the opposition to the transportation condition. We don't support the transportation condition for the reasons we stated, but if it is in the committee's wisdom to approve this application with the transportation condition, it will be what it is.
My question.
Okay, and the other question I had is, with regard to all of the paving in the front yard, do you have any difficulty if it's all permeable paving?
No, we have no objection to that.
And I have one last question. If you go back to the plan that Mr. Byatt was talking about, A0, could you show me where the line is of the underground garage? Does it run sort of along the west edge of the hammerhead? Is that approximately where it is?
It basically goes to the front lot line. Because if you go up higher in the drawing, there's an actual label. You can see that there.
Okay, so it goes right to the front lot line. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
My question for you, applicant, relates to this, to the extension underground, and it relates back to Mr. Byatt's question, because we are concerned not only with soil depths, but also with total soil massing. And we're not concerned only with the visual above ground situation, it's the underground situation matters as well. So help me on this. At a meter of depth of soil, that's pretty slim. It doesn't allow for very much massing of soil. How high is the ceiling in that area where you come out of the elevator and you're doing your turnaround to get into the parking spaces? How high is the garage ceiling there?
I'm going to say to you, well, the garage ceiling can also be shown on drawing A8, and to answer your question, the garage ceiling is 8 feet 3 inches or 2.52 meters. Then there's about the meter of earth below that. And I'm going to say to you, we work on a lot of condominiums that have garages that span landscaped areas, and typically mature planting can be planted with the appropriate soil volumes in about a meter of topsoil.
It's still deficient with respect to massing. So I mean, if your garage ceiling, for example, was at 7 feet instead of 8, then you'd have or at 7 instead of 8, you'd have more massing. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for applicant panel? Hearing none, I think we can then move on to consideration of a motion here, unless there are any further comments. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Just if we're in committee, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make some comments. The idea of having this basement parking area extending beyond the line of the house, the front end of the house, to me seems just to be just recently we've been discussing the issue of iceberg structures. Granted, this is not going down below one level below the basement, and it's not a 2-level basement, it's just a single-level basement, but has this extension out in the front. I find it really difficult to approve this just because you can, doesn't mean you must. This is, to me, more than enough. You've got a large property, got a big house. If you need a garage of this size, then build it under the house. To then pull it forward and excavate an incredible amount of soil, only to have a very thin layer over the top, to me seems problematic. I cannot support structures like this where we see basements being extended either out to the front, as in this case, or some that are extending out beyond the rear of the structures. So for that reason, I can't support this application.
Thank you very much. Further comments? Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
I think what's being requested here in terms of the underground structure is not uncharacteristic of many of the homes in this area that either have basements, indoor pools, indoor garages. Often they're at the rear. In this case, it's at the front. I've seen them at the front before. I don't have a concern with respect to that. I think the other variances, but if I were to approve it, I'd want to tie it to plans to ensure that the length and depth only speak to that. And I would want to impose the transportation condition and the forestry condition.
Thank you for that. Mr. Nipfel, thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My views are similar to Ms. Hayes. I have seen this sort of solution before. I think it's a little wasteful because the car has to turn around. There's space there that isn't really needed. But unlike in other conditions, the area that's affected does not have existing trees. And there is a mandate here to preserve the pear trees that have been noted by forestry. I think subject to the forestry condition and the transportation condition, which I'm not prepared to second guess, I think they're right. I don't have difficulty with this application. The only other condition two conditions that I'd suggest would be forestry number 4, which is, I don't know if that's in conflict with the report, but I would just say the forestry conditions. And the screening that's noted on drawing number A3, I think needs to be specified as 1.5 meters and opaque. It's shown there, but it isn't, I don't think it's quite large enough. With those conditions, I think this is a reasonable application, and like Ms. Hayes, I'd be prepared to support it.
Thank you very much for that. For my part, I share Mr. Byatt's concern about the the underground extension at the front. But I'm not prepared to refuse the entire application. I would like to see the ceiling on that portion that is the turnaround for cars. It doesn't need to be 8 feet tall. It could be 6.5 feet. So I'd like to see that lowered, but I'm not prepared to refuse the application on that account. So I will be able to support it. Who is ready with a motion on this application? And I would want to see both forestry and transportation included. Go ahead, Ms. Hayes.
Okay, I will give it a try. So I'd like to move a motion to approve the application, subject tying it to plans to ensure that the length and depth variances are only related to the garage at the front of the house. I'd like to impose the condition noted by transportation, the condition noted by forestry, the screening condition that my colleague has mentioned with respect to the drawing on A3, that it to be to a minimum of 1.5 meters, and also as the applicant has agreed, that any hard surface materials for the driveway and the hammerhead be constructed of permeable pavers. I think that's everything.
Well done. Very good. It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So, moved and seconded to so approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? Okay. So the motion is carried. Let the record show, please, that Mr. Byatt was in dissent. The application is approved. And the panel moves along to number 11, 205 Parkside Drive. On 205 Parkside, committee has before it applicant materials as submitted, plus an arborist report dating to July. And we'll ask the applicant to join us, please, by stating your name.
Nick. John Sibinek.
Good day, John. Okay. Panel members, questions for this applicant? Any desire for a presentation? Any questions? I have a question for you, Mr. Sibinek.
Yep.
The existing FSI is what?
That coverage is, see here, floor space index. Well, it would have been minus the second floor addition of 11.77 square meters. So if I deduct that off the 534, it still works out to a pretty high number. But we're only adding 11.8 square meters of gross floor area to convert that balcony into habitable space.
Okay, so what you're telling me now is that the actual existing FSI is already above 0.6.
Oh yes, well above it. It's probably 1.6 or so, in my estimation.
Oh, it's already up around 1.6.
I believe so, because it is there is a third floor on this building, a partial third floor, but all this, you know, it is a corner lot, so it's at the southwest corner, as you know, from Westminster and Parkside. Visually, at the front, it's elevated because of the street elevation, so it looks to be a fairly large front yard. But it goes beyond the property line, obviously. So there's a pretty extensive drop in grade elevation. But essentially, the character of the building is unchanged. It's just a filling in to create an enclosure. but the staggering of the facade is still going to be maintained.
Very
And-
good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, panel? Is anyone on panel ready to move forward to a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really straightforward application, and I think it's completely consistent with the character of Parkside Drive. There is an existing enclosed sunroom porch area just north of this building, very much like what is being proposed. I don't actually see that there is any negative impact. The arborist report indicates that there are to be no trees that will be destroyed. And as I said, I think it's completely consistent with the architectural and neighborhood character. So I'd like to move approval without any conditions at all.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. Therefore, moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are ready to go back to item number 8.
Thank you very much for that, moderator. So we're moving back now, panel, to number 8. The contact with the applicant has been made. So we'll just backtrack to 58 Drayton Avenue. And applicant, please join us by stating your name.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the person who was originally registered to speak is unable to attend the meeting, so his partner is in attendance. That person is the owner and applicant of the application.
Very good.
Julia, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, this is Julia Peters. I believe my husband is also on the line on his lunch break. Thanks.
Okay, just to get your name again for the record, it's Julia Peters?
That's right.
And your address, Julia?
58 Drayton Avenue.
Very good, okay. Thank you. Panel members? Questions here of the applicant? Hearing none, is anyone ready with a motion on this application? Mr. Byatt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we always say, we don't necessarily condone structures that are built without permission, but I do believe that this is a very minor change and a minor request. The variance requested is extremely minor. For that reason, I think I'd like to propose a motion to approve. And I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this particular. There are no conditions attached.
Thanks, Mr. Byatt. And I see Mr. Nipfel is seconding. So we do have a motion approved and seconded. To approve, all those in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote. Motion carried. Application approved. And now the panel moves to number 12, 319 Kenilworth. We've got the materials submitted with the application, staff report, urban forestry, and one piece of correspondence in writing from Jonathan Dunlap, 305 Kenilworth, in support. So applicant, join us please, just state your name.
Hi, my name is Reza Sakavati and I'm the agent for the owner.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Questions, panel? I'm not hearing any questions, so is anyone on the panel ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very minor application. As the site plan indicates, the addition is doesn't extend beyond the neighbors. It doesn't appear in any way to introduce a problem into the community. It doesn't look as though it's going to create any difficulties for anyone adjacent. I'd like to move approval without condition.
Thank you. Mr. Byett seconds. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please. Show of hands. That motion is carried. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Number 13 is 9 Drumsnab. And on this application, the panel has before it submitted materials. There's a revised survey, October 14. Copy of a marked up site plan, October 14. 2 photographs of the rear east garage, arborist report. There's a heritage impact assessment from 22 September from ERA Architects, and presentation materials from October the 19th from the agent. There are staff reports from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, TRCA, and TRCA. And there is support correspondence from 411 Drumsnab, and also from 50 and 56 Castle Frank. And there's interest or concern correspondence from 7 Drumsnab, David Scott. So we shall ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's Ian Andres, A-N-D-R-E-S. I'm with Goodman's 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Andres, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant and owner of 9 Drumsnab. This property is located on a private street. It's accessible off Castle Frank Road, near the Castle Frank subway station, just on the western edge of the Don Valley. Drumsnab Road is a bit unique in that it's owned by a corporation. It's comprised of most of the owners of the houses on the street who contribute to its maintenance and enjoy a right-of-way over the private road. The property is within the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. It's classified as a B-type home. The character of the neighborhood is comprised of beautiful 2- and 3-story homes, many of which are large, irregular shaped lots, given the ravine topography. The subject lot is quite deep, backing onto the ravine. It shares lot lines with 4 different properties. And this proposal seeks permission for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd story rear additions with upper platforms. Much of the existing Georgian Revival house is proposed to be retained and restored, in particular the entire front elevation and volume. The new house will have a virtually identical streetscape presence as it does now, the only exception being a 2nd story visible above the garage on the side, as you can see from the photos and renderings that are in the presentation package provided. Variances are required for building length, depth, main wall height, density, and the rear platforms, along with a side yard setback which captures the 2nd story addition above the garage that I just mentioned. Most of the trees are proposed to be preserved on site, with the exception of a few unregulated trees and 1 Austrian pine along the west lot line, which is in poor health with a suppressed growing environment. We have no concern with the standard urban forestry condition proposed to be applied. As you noted, sir, the applicant submitted an extensive heritage impact assessment prepared by ERA, which concluded that the proposal complies with all relevant municipal and provincial heritage policies, has respect for recognized professional standards and best practices. This report was vetted by City HPS staff who concur with the conclusions. HPS staff expressly confirmed that all policies are being met and that the variances will result in a development that conserves the cultural heritage values, attributes, and character of the on-site resources. This is a very significant recommendation which should give the panel great comfort. HPS support is not obtained without a compelling justification, as you know. So the assertion by some of the residents and the Residents Association that the proposal has negative heritage impacts is with respect to flawed conclusion. The report from HPS is a complete answer to this. It's also very important to note that community planning staff have no concerns. The TRCA has carefully reviewed the application and confirmed it has no objections, and the C of A should take comfort from that as well. Mr. Wengel's office provided all the neighbors in the immediate vicinity with packages explaining the application. Many letters of support have been filed by adjacent owners. Although the owner of 48 Castle Frank has submitted an objection letter, I understand my client has spoken with her and committed to working with her on mitigation measures for screening. We've reviewed the assertions made by the neighboring owner at 7 Drumsnab. I understand he may be on the call today, so I'll wait to hear what he says to the panel today before responding in full. You're correct that there's a new survey filed which corrects a discrepancy along the shared lot line, but it does not change the variances being sought, which is the 0.25 side yard setback. The requested variances are desirable. The density, length, and depth variances are common. They're well within the range of recent approvals in Rosedale, as shown in the presentation packages. The length and depth variances are driven by the below-grade space. They're not significant exceedances, and at the first and second levels, the house length is actually just over 18 meters, which is only slightly beyond what's permitted as of right. On the third story, the length is much less. The general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw is to ensure adequate building separation and appropriate development standards. This is an attractive and sensible deployment of massing in its context. The variances are minor because they do not generate significant adverse impacts. It's not a numerical test, it's a contextual one, and in this case, the variances meet the test both individually and collectively. And the exceedances above the as-of-right standards do not in themselves create unacceptable shadow or overlook impacts beyond what would be permitted as of right. This proposal has the support of several neighbors, the full support of city staff, TRCA staff. We respectfully request that the committee approve the variances sought, subject to the condition requested by Urban Forestry and RNPF staff.
Thank you very much. Moderator, just to check with you, is it right that we have 6 speakers standing by?
We have 5 of the 6 on standby.
Okay, so panel, we have 5 speakers standing by. Do you have any questions at this time for the applicant? And I just want to mention an oversight that I made, and that is that there was late correspondence received from 5 Drumsnab Road that came in on the 24th of October. And we also had a correspondence from Heritage Planning Urban Design on the 20th of October. Let's go now then to the first speaker on our list and ask that person to join us by stating your name.
David Scott, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. My name's David Scott, together with my wife, Daria Scott. We are the owners of number 7. We've owned this since '89. I have significant concerns with what I would call overreach in terms of the development here. I have submitted a comprehensive package, but before I get into that, I'd just like to correct a couple of misstatements by the prior speaker. We never received any package from Mr. Wendell. I made a phone call to Mr. Wendell and left a message for him to call me back. He never did. Okay, let's get into the variances. If I go back to the subdivision back in the early 20s, one of the 3 criteria were that each of the houses to be built here had to be distinctly different from the others, so they weren't cookie cutters. Each of the houses should be substantial by a minimum investment of $12,000 in those days. And the distinction between the houses should be a minimum of 25 feet. What happened approximately 40 years ago, a carport was built on the edge of number 9 without permit and to the property line. Later on, approximately 30 years ago when we were here, that carport was infilled and extended against opposition. That carport is being built over a right-of-way, which is on title. So, in fact, it encumbers the right-of-way that number 7 has by 2 feet. The proposal by the architect, Mr. Wendell, is to completely rebuild the garage, increase the height of the garage on the property line, then slightly a few inches back from that to add a significant second story. What we're looking at here is a 14-foot wide by 25-foot high addition to the east side of this property. That's about the size of many houses in Toronto that they wish to add. This has a number of problems. How this would be built, the foundations that would be built on the property line. To build a 25-foot high addition would require, obviously, scaffolding, hoarding, and everything that would impact my driveway, access to the backyard. It would destroy all my planting along the property line, and I deem that totally unacceptable. In terms of the height, the third floor height is significant. The drawings were never presented in Revit, so it's difficult to actually pull up and demonstrate to the neighbors what this significant 30-foot addition to the back of the house would do in terms of its impact on its neighbors. We did do this in Revit. One of the exhibitions that I believe Exhibit 4 is an elevation which would be seen from our patio, the backyard of number 7. And this addition completely eliminates all western sun coming in there in the afternoon to our patio. It is a massive development. The 30% increase in the coverage is excessive, 30% over allowable. The height is significant over allowable, and we would require that they be reduced to the 7.5, and the space index is greater too. In terms of the setback and the building of a basement, necessitating the removal of the Austrian pine is, in our opinion, excessive. A 45-meter wide recreation room could easily be 35 meters and save that tree, as long as they respected the setback limits. What we're requesting is that, given that the applicant has made no apparent addressing the concerns of the neighbors, we are the most impacted. I find unfortunate. So I'm requesting that the committee either reject this application due to the excessive nature of the addition. I also contest the heritage report by ERA saying that
I must ask you, Mr. Scott, I must ask you, please, for your final comment.
Yes, I disagree with the heritage comments. The ERA suggests this is not visible from the street. I have difficulty believing how they could think a small house added to the site of this residence is not visible from the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Hearing none, we'll go on to the next speaker, and go ahead.
Andrea Lafayette, you've been unmuted.
Thank you for your time. I'm the owner of 48 Castle Frank Road. My backyard is the side yard of 9 Drumsnab, and my garage is the one that's identified in the photos as the brick garage. I also respectfully ask the committee to deny the approval of the request today, with requests that the architects consult the neighboring properties. Of the 4 adjacent properties, 3 have submitted objection letters, and I also did not receive a package from the architect prior to the city notice.
Do you have anything further you want to comment, Ms. Lafayette?
No, everything that I wanted to say I identified in my letter. I did provide some visual references for the committee that I thought were overlooked in the heritage report. The heritage report showed a north view rather than the view that would allow us to see the home at Drumsnab currently and the area where the addition is being proposed.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on to next speaker.
Kristen Morch, you've been unmuted.
Hello, please state your name.
Kristen Morch, you've been unmuted. You can also turn on your video.
I'll just wait to hear what everyone else says. At the moment, I'm just listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Heather Pilmer, you've been unmuted. Heather Pilner, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good morning. My name is Heather Pilmer. I own 46A Castle Frank Road, and our side yard backs onto the rear of 9 Drumsnab.
Okay, good morning.
Hi. I object to the variance requested because they are not minor, but in my opinion, they seem very excessive due to side setbacks and in particular the main wall height. If you can see the submitted elevations from the architect, I think that gives you a pretty good visual. And should this be approved, I think it would set a dangerous precedent to the historical properties in this district. Drumsnab Road was a very significant early 1920 residential development of roads north of downtown Toronto. The removal of the rear facade of this historical, really 2.5-story home, including the back sloped roof to create a 3-story flat roof addition, would overwhelm the neighboring properties due to its scale. This addition is visible from the street and in my opinion requires a historical permit, which I believe has been noted on the file, and that would be success in my opinion. Also, the removal of the large pine tree that was probably planted in 1920 when the building was erected needs to be considered. It provides a great visual barrier from the old architecture and the new.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and I did not receive a package from the architect before this application was submitted.
Okay, thank you. Questions, panel? Hearing none, we'll go on to the next speaker.
Don Hogarth, you've been unmuted.
Hi, it's Don Hogarth. I'm a director with the South Rochelle Residents Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will spare you a repeat of what's been said by the neighbors who've spoken. I think they summarized very well the concerns that we share. And if I could just sum it up, it's that, you know, when you have a certain number of quote unquote minor variances, when you stack them up, then they do become major. We've seen this before, and I think, especially given the impact in particular on number seven, I would encourage the committee to, or we as an association would encourage the committee to defer this, or in its wisdom refuse it, but with hopefully to create an opportunity for the applicant to join with the neighbors and SRA, if they so choose, to come up with a proposal that would address some of the concerns that have been expressed. I can't believe there isn't a way to solve this in a way that's amicable and you know, within the bounds of acceptability to your committee, and I would encourage that.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Okay, thank you. We will now then move back to the agent, and the agent will have an opportunity to speak to the issues raised by these speakers in rebuttal. Agent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with the comments made by the adjacent neighbor at number 7, Mr. Scott. He referenced the the requirements or the conditions of the original subdivision approval back in 1920. What may have been appropriate back then, may not continue to be appropriate today. But in any event, it's 100 years later, and the heritage issues have been fully vetted through the heritage impact assessment submitted and by HPS staff, as I earlier mentioned. And contrary to what you heard, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel, there is no right-of-way registered on title providing a 2-foot right-of-way in favor of number 7 over the driveway. We have reviewed title and we dispute this assertion categorically. Mr. Scott is also, with respect, incorrect in his reading of the plans and his assertion that the garage will have to be demolished and rebuilt. The architect is not proposing to do that. The architect is proposing to maintain the existing garage in its existing location and footprint, and to build a new second story on top of the existing garage. And again, with respect, the suggestion that all afternoon sun will be eliminated from the property at number 7 is a gross exaggeration. There's lots of vegetation in the area, which is already providing for some some shadow impacts. And what's proposed for the third story is a reasonable extension from what exists today on the existing house. The main wall height variance is in large extent driven by what is there in the existing house today. And as you know, the applicant has worked extensively with the existing house to retain the heritage attributes, including the third story. So while I acknowledge that an extension is proposed to the rear, it's not an extension for the full length and depth being sought through the minor variances. We'd be more than happy with a condition of approval tying it to the plans to ensure there's no further length or depth proposed at the upper level. But what is proposed is reasonable and will not create undue shadow impacts measured against what's permitted as of right. It's true that a heritage permit is required here. I note that HPS staff have asked for a condition of approval to be attached to the decision of the committee, should the committee see fit to approve, requiring that a heritage permit be obtained under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and giving them an opportunity to review the final building permit plans to ensure consistency with what they've already reviewed. We, of course, have no concerns or objections to that condition being imposed. And finally, with respect to Ms. Lafayette's comments, she lives in the property on Castle Frank Road, as you heard, to the northwest. Her comments are noted. I understand that she has spoken with my client, and my client is committed to continuing to work with her in terms of visual screening by way of tree plantings or other types of screening that might be provided at the rear to mitigate any concerns she has or address those issues. And I would also note that Ms. Lafayette's letter to the committee does in fact state that she finds the plans visually attractive and in keeping with the character of the area. And of course, we very much agree with that. Thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Panel members, your opportunity now to question the agent. Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Mr. Andres, there's been assertion repeatedly from virtually all the people that spoke and wrote in that there has been no consultation, that the packages were not received. That to me suggests that consultation needs to take place and that a deferral might be the most appropriate approach here. Could you comment on that?
My understanding was that the architect's office did send out packages. I don't know what the discrepancy is there. As you know, there are several letters of support filed as well. And I know that there has been review and consultation with several of the neighbors. So for those few neighbors who indicate they did not receive packages, I can't help you. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. My understanding is that they were sent out. And I believe there was some direct communication with Mr. Scott next door and the architect's office. It may have been subsequent to the public hearing notice being received, and perhaps that's the fine distinction here that's not being made clear. But in any event, there has been some discussion prior to this. Our client does not support a deferral of this application. We believe the issues have been fully vetted. There's been extensive work done with heritage staff, with TRCA staff, and we believe the proposal stands on its own merits and should be approved in the form today.
The only thing I'd like to add is that the people that claim that there was no consultation are the ones that are most affected by the building. And Mr. Scott has been consistent both in his written material earlier and his comments today that he attempted to get in touch with the architect, Mr. Wengel, and Mr. Wengel did not return the call. I see no reason to disbelieve the comments that these people are making. So on that basis, I'm not satisfied that there's been adequate consultation on this file.
If I just may respond to that once more, sir. There's a slide in the presentation package that we had submitted showing that the 4 properties to the west of the subject property, in fact, all support this application. So I would say that those directly impacted, some of them anyway, are in support of this. And my understanding of attempts to communicate with Mr. Scott and or communications with Mr. Scott, including with my client herself, is not consistent with what Mr. Scott is reporting to you. So it's secondhand information to me, and I don't want to get into a he said, she said, because I wasn't part of those discussions, but I don't believe it's true that there has been zero communication. I think there's been a refusal by Mr. Scott to meaningfully engage.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, other questions? I'm not hearing any further questions, so in that case, I think we are ready to take this application into committee for discussion, moving toward a motion. So panel members, we're in committee now. Any thoughts? Mr. Byatt, go ahead. Mr. Byatt?
Thank you. When one looks at the variances as presented, I think they're all reasonable. I think from the perspective of some of the people in opposition, of course, they may not seem reasonable. We have no objections from Heritage. Heritage does have a condition, but it's not one that requires refusal. There are no other serious conditions applied. There are letters of support, one from 11 Drumsnab, and I think 2 immediately on Castle Frank. So there are some indicators of support. Just to also comment on the applicant's, the agent's comment about the fact that the agreement with regard to this particular road was, I believe he said 1920 or thereabouts, and conditions do change. So I think that's part of what we're seeing in this particular application. I don't see any reason not to support it.
Thank you. Other thoughts, Ms. Hayes, if you want to go first, Mr. Nipfel second.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issue with respect to the initial agreement and what's on title and whether or not there is a right of way, we don't have sufficient information before us to make a declaration on that, and we're not able to. So that if that needs to be pursued, that has to be in another forum. I think that what is being proposed here in the entire context, I think, is reasonable. I think that the second floor next to number 7 is set back a bit, and the third floor is behind the existing house. I think the variances, both individually and cumulatively, in the context of the site and in the context of the neighborhood, are reasonable. I think that there was a heritage study prepared. Heritage at Planning has reviewed that and has indicated that they do not have an objection but have a condition attached to that. And I would be in support of the application, but I would want to tie it to plans and, of course, the conditions of forestry and heritage.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not surprised that the properties to the east are not, or many of the properties to the east are not raising objection. I think if there is a concern with this application, I think there's much about it that's commendable, but the areas that I think are potentially in conflict are along the east side. The way in which the addition is being proposed over the garage. It bothers me that has not, based on the information that we've received today and in writing, has not been the subject of consultation with the neighbors most affected by those changes. So on that basis, Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting the application as it currently sits, I would be more in favor of a deferral to allow the consultation to take place.
Thank you very much. For my part, I am able to support the application, having reviewed the materials, listened to the presentations and submissions. It to me seems supportable, and so I look to panel for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose a motion to approve with the following heritage condition, forestry number 1. I think those are the only two conditions that apply.
And do you wish to tie it to plan? Tie it to plans?
Thank you. Thank you. And the condition of tying it to plan.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded. Ms. Hayes. So it is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Thank you. Those opposed? Okay. So the motion is carried. Let the record show that Mr. Nipfel is in dissent, and the application is thereby approved. Panel moves along to number 14, 24 Redwood Ave. On 24 Redwood, we have submitted materials, a revised site plan. There are 17 photographs of trees on the property. Cover letter dated October 7. Staff report, urban forestry. Support correspondence from 103 Ivy. Concern correspondence, 22 Redwood. Opposition correspondence from both 95 and 26 Redwood. And we shall ask the agent for 24 Redwood to join us now, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hear you well, yes, please. State your name.
Eric Rodriguez, ERS Architects, 62 West Mount Avenue. I'm the agent for the owners.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, the site plan is a great place to start. We're asking for 2 variances today. One of them related to FSI for a 0.81, which is consistent with previous requests in the area and on the street. And we're also asking for a variance regarding the site setback. So we're proposing to keep the existing side setback of the existing lawful building currently on site. The site plan indicates in the red dashed area the outline of the existing building. So we're proposing to keep the same length of the building, but pushing it further back to respect the required front setback. And the building will only surpass the existing footprint by 2 feet. The reason why we're requesting these variances is because of the narrow character of the lot and the request from the clients to have an accessible home. My clients are very excited to join the neighborhood, to live in this area. They do not intend to build a building and flip it or sell it after. They intend to integrate in the community and to participate in the community. And aging in place was a concern. So they have asked for the inclusion of an elevator and an integral garage. Obviously, because of the narrow character of the lot, that made planning somewhat challenging for the interior. And we exceeded the FSI for a little bit. And the only solution that we found to find a viable layout for the clients was to maintain the existing setback on the north side. However, as architects, integration and obviously creating a good neighborhood is always one of our main concerns. We've tried to address that issue with the massing of the building. So I would request staff to pull up sheet number A901, which is called summary. It's at the end of the package. It's going to give you a good overview of what the massing of the building looks like. So it's above the one before. That's perfect. So basically, the massing of the building tries to connect to both scales, to the scale of the building to the south, 22 Redwood, and to the scale of the building to the north, 26. So it is, for the majority of the extent of the north side, a one-story building, and on the other side, it's a two-story building. Light, daylight penetration and shading were always a concern for us while designing this house. So we tried through cascading and subtraction of massing, create a design that would still meet our clients' needs, but also be sensitive to the neighborhood and to the urban context of the street. For now, that concludes my initial presentation, and I'm happy to help you or alleviate any concerns that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, for your information, we have 5 or 6 speakers standing by. Any questions now for the speaker, or shall we move on? Mr. Nipfel?
I just have one very quick question for Mr. Rodriguez. We have a set of plans and then we have revised plans. Can you tell me, in case I don't want to miss something, is there something that was changed that you could draw my attention to? Why are there revised plans?
Landscaping. Nothing related to the zoning variances that were requested.
No, the question
Okay,
is
so
what
the
was
massing and the
revised?
appearance in the building.
The massing is exactly the same.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to know. By the way, I found your drawings excellent. Thank you very much for those.
Thank you.
Okay, first speaker then. Join us by stating your name.
Raymond and Betty Fisher, you have been unmuted.
Hi, my name's Raymond Fisher. My wife Betty is beside me. Good afternoon, Council. How are you?
Good afternoon to you. You have 5 minutes to address your comments. Please go ahead.
My comments are with the size. As you can see at the diagram that you have on your screen right there, my place would be the small one there on the side, the north side, number 26. We are currently between, if this house was to be built at the size that it is there, our bungalow would be between 2 larger buildings, which would take up most of the sunlight, I believe, coming into our yard. And with the extension to the back that they propose, we believe that it will cast shadow into our yard. We are avid backyard users and we love our green space, and we're worried that with this house and the closeness to our side of the northern part of the property, that it will cause shadows and block out most of the natural light that we receive throughout the fall and summer months.
Yeah, so I wanted to state that with the setback, what they're asking for, the 0.15 meters, we understand it's not much, but as from it being currently a 1-story house beside us, the 3 stories will totally block out all the lighting from our windows, which we have on that side. Yeah, those are our 2 arguments. We just feel that that house will definitely kill any of our sunlight that we have. Yeah, think that's it.
Thank you. Okay. Panel members, questions for Raymond or Betty? Okay. We shall then move on to next speaker.
Callum DeHartog, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for taking the time, Council Committee. So I'm the neighbor to the south. I'm 22 Redwood. And first of all, it's really quite simple as far as my concerns with regards to this build. If you go, one of the images shows the design and the size of our house as it pertains. So we also built our house a number of years ago, and one of the reasons we had spoken to our neighbors prior to was just to get a sense of their concerns and thoughts as we moved forward, because we had lived in the community for 5 years prior to building. And so we actually set out to make sure that our houses were in line with our neighbors. And you'll see the other image was quite, it just basically shows that the length of our house is in line with all the other, the ones 24 and 26. And that was our biggest concern in this regard, is just the height and the length of the house, because it does also block out our light, privacy concerns. There, that's the one there. So you'll see like our house to the south and the north, like we designed that specifically so that we wouldn't be detracting from that sort of density aesthetically, and also in conjunction with our neighbors, and also the proximity to our house, which is our other concern, which we also went through when we built our house, just with water, with when you have a house that high, the ductwork and stuff, and being that close with our being on raised property, raised ground, which will be dug out for their garage. There's just some concerns with possible damage when it's that close to our house, as far as the water being able to adequately be moved away from our foundation.
Okay.
So those are really the two concerns that we have.
Thank you. Panel?
You're welcome.
Questions? No. Thank you for your comments. We'll hear now from the next speaker.
Shannon Mulligan, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone's patience. This is a very long call this morning. I can't imagine doing this all the time. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. So we live on Redwood Avenue. We're at the other end of the small street at 95 Redwood Avenue. My husband, Liam Mulligan, and I, we didn't actually get a notice about this change, but we did want to feed in. We were also surprised that people on Ivy were sending letters of support, since we've gone through this process with the house at 88 Redwood across from us. And we found it interesting that people are writing letters of support who are not actually affected by this, but we are being on Redwood Avenue. Redwood Avenue is seeing a large influx in the number of new builds requiring variances. This street is so beautifully lined with a variety of home styles, large ones, small ones, and it really adds a lot of character and diversity. And it's one of the reasons we were so thrilled to buy our house here. And we do love that about our street. However, the new builds are huge. The property lots on this street are not. The new owners of this home, as I understand, are both realtors, so they would have a better understanding than other people that a home of this size is perhaps better suited for larger properties within the city. I know that the person who spoke very eloquently about this, they'd mentioned that they were having the setback or kind of going up to 3 stories because the property lots are so thin. And I would hope that instead of saying, okay, well, we're going to create a larger house going up, then that they would understand that these are not large lots. They cannot consistently sustain builds of this size and still maintain eco-diversity. I know Betty and Raymond, who just spoke, they have a beautiful garden that somebody mentioned from the 27 Redwood objection, the whole community benefits from. And, you know, trees and plants and vegetables, they need light to grow, and this house will dramatically change that. Our main concern is that by approving a structure of this size, particularly one that is a single family home, this will make way for the influx of other homes to be torn down and rebuilt in this model. There are a number of homes on this street that will probably be sold in the next 10 years. And we're concerned that this really sets a precedence, exceeding in FSIs and footprint and height. We are already seeing this with the 88 Redwood Avenue home across from our street, which was denied in February due to a number of issues and has now been resubmitted. So I'm sure I'll be talking to you soon. But we are concerned about about the long-term effects here. We really hope that the committee will take the long-term view of, what approving single-family homes of this size will do for the street and for our neighbors directly to the north and the south, and the biodiversity of the lots. My husband and I were actually doing a home renovation plans ourselves right now with 5 people in our house, and we are still not exceeding any variances. So we know that this is completely possible to do while not going above any of the variances required. In short, we support new builds. We are very excited to have new neighbors. However, we really feel that this sets a dangerous precedence for the remaining houses of the street, which will be coming to the committee probably within the next 10 years, as I mentioned. And we hope that the integrity of the street is still accounted for, while also making way for new family homes to adequately, house families of various sizes.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Shannon. If you could help me. You made reference to height. And if you look at the actual notice, this applicant is not requesting a height variance. Could you explain what you had in mind when you were referring to height, please?
Yes, so in terms of the actual variances, I'm not necessarily, I understand the confusion here. I'm calling attention to the size of the home in general, both in terms of the variances and perhaps, I guess my personal feelings are that this is an exceptionally tall home in regards to the street, for it being 3 stories and the amount of light it changes. It may not exceed a variance, and I understand that perhaps this meeting is strictly limited to variances, so I apologize for that confusion.
No, you don't need to apologize, but I was just wanted to see if you could clarify that for me. So thank you. Panel, any other questions for this speaker? Okay. Not hearing any, we shall proceed. Moderator, is there another speaker? Yes.
Rita Wagner, you have been unmuted.
Good afternoon. I've been listening since 9:30 and glad to have this opportunity. I would just like to support my neighbors at 26 with the light issue, because I did have a addition on the house on the south of me, and I was affected by the light, and it was a very tearful experience, but I did get over it. But I still support Betty and her family, and also Cal's concern to the south. And I was just wondering if somebody, maybe Eric, could explain to me, why does the house need an elevator? Other than that, I don't have many concerns, but thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Rita. Panel, questions here? No. Okay, I think that wraps up our list of speakers that were pre-registered. So we'll go back now to the agent and give the agent an opportunity to speak in comment to these issues raised by the speakers in rebuttal. Let's go back to Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. So I took note of all the comments, and first of all, just wanted to note that all of these comments are extremely important to us, and most of these comments actually were also a concern that we had during the design development of this house. So actually, the site plan is a good place for us to be when going through these questions. In terms of height and the size of the home is a 217 square meter home. It's a tiny house. We're not talking of a big house here. In terms of height, there's no variance requested on height. The height is actually, it's lower than the house at 22. So we're not exceeding the zoning by any means in terms of height. In terms of sunlight, actually, the house is developed in 3D software that allows us to generate shadow studies. And what we're looking at right now in the site plan is a simulation of the summer solstice at noon. We did have an open house session where we invited all neighbors to join and to ask us questions before the hearing. And we showed the neighbors at 26 how during a period of time from sunrise to around 10:30 a.m., there will be some shadowing in their backyard. But most of the day, there's not going to be any shadowing in their backyard. As you can see at noon, their backyard is fully exposed to daylight. So I respect the concern, obviously, but I don't think that's going to be a big issue in the long term. In terms of context, if you go on Google and actually, on Street View, you look at the houses on the street, I would question what is the context, what is blending in, because most of the houses are 2.5, 3-story houses on the street. The minority are the bungalows, and that's just the nature of the evolution of a city. The requirements that people had back in the day were different than the requirements that people have today, and the elevator is one of them. Responding to Rita's question. My clients, they intend to live in the neighborhood and to age in place, and they want to have a house that is accessible in case one of them has an accident and has special needs. In terms of the proximity to 22 Redwood, I just want to state as well that we're not requesting any variance regarding setbacks on that side, but I would like to remind the owners of 22 that they did at the time request a variance for the side yard separation. So they are closer to the property line on that side than they should be. And also their FSI request was 0.86, and we're requesting 0.81, which is a modest request. So I guess the last question that's missing is, what is the long-term view? That's a big question for everyone, really. If cities, in my opinion, need to densify, and this is one of those examples. We either continue building on green fields and allowing people to have their own independent homes separated from each other, or we densify our cities. What is the most sustainable approach? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the applicant? Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Just a couple of questions. I don't see it noted on the plan, but I just want to confirm that there is no intention to have balconies or terraces either at the rear of the second story or the front of the second story.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? No. In that case, we can take this application into committee for moving toward a motion, unless anyone has a comment first. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think that notwithstanding the concerns, the variances that are before us are extremely minor. So that, excuse me, even without the variances, a building that I would argue would be more of a problem could be built on this site. I think that the architect in this case is to be applauded for his sensitivity to the community and the character of the street. The terracing in all directions, as the building gets higher, it gets smaller, and it's terraced in various areas along the front, along the back. And at the side, it's like a wedding cake on the side. So notwithstanding the fact that at one point it's 3 stories high and it does impact on the property immediately to the north, for more than half of its length, it is smaller than that. I think the approach that's been taken to massing is really very laudable. I wish we saw more of this in the city. I personally will have absolutely no problem supporting this application. And I'd be happy to move a motion of approval.
Please. Okay. Is there a second to that? It is. Seconded by Mr. Byatt.
So, Mr. Chairman, if that is a motion, then it needs to be subject to forestry condition number 1 and 2. And I'd like to tie it to plans because I think the strength of this project is inherently in the architecture. And I think that the plan should be attached as a condition.
Thank you. Okay, then before we go to a second, Ms. Hayes, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
I think tying it to plans would address my issues. The reason for my question to the applicant was there's quite large area of flat roof on the second floor, both at the front and the rear and third floor, and I just want to ensure that there's no terraces planned for there.
Okay.
Tying it to plan solves that.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Nipfel? Tie to plan?
Yeah, that was my suggestion. Yes.
Pardon, I beg your pardon. Okay. Okay, I think now we're ready. Is there anyone ready to second this motion? It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. And that motion is carried by a unanimous vote. The application is approved. The panel moves forward to item number 15, 783 Adelaide Street West. We're looking at submitted materials, a revised zoning notice from October 11, correspondence between the agent and the examiner, September 27, and a staff report from community planning. We'll ask the agent to join us, please. State your name.
Hello, my name is Frank Bellini. I'm the agent for the owner in this application. If I can speak now, I'd like to say that this proposal is very minor in nature, and it's in keeping with what is already exists in the neighborhood. And we've read the recommendation from planning and are in complete agreement.
Thank you for that. Thanks for that, Mr. Bellini. Okay, we'll see if the panel have any further questions for anyone with a question. No? Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
A question, go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify that I've read this correctly. You've got two rear elevations in your package. The first one is in fact the front elevation. Is that correct?
That's right. A mistake in labeling, forgive me.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
There's a revised zoning notice?
Yes.
That was submitted. Is the applicant making a revision to variance number 2?
No. What happened was the original zoning person, I believe, made an error in calculating the GFA.
So what is before committee right now then is the altered dwelling will have a floor space index equal to 1.541 times the area of the lot, which is 160.8 square meters. Is that what is correct? Or is it less than that based on what's on the zoning review in front of us now?
It's less than that. What happened was we noticed that it was incorrectly calculated, the other 2 floors, and so we went back and another zoning examiner, James, reviewed it and agreed with our original site plan calculations.
So then for public record,
it should be 1.4882, just as it is on the original site plan.
so then variance number 2 for public record should be revised to read 1.4882 times the area of the lot, which is 155.32 square meters. Is that correct?
Let me just make sure, because
Take a moment and do that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Because we will be officially changing the application to read that way.
I believe it's the, okay.
So take your time and work it out.
Yeah, yes, it should be 155.32 meters squared.
Very good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So we are now panel dealing with an amended application. And any questions, panel, for the applicant? Any further ones? Okay. In that case, we can, let's take it into committee for a motion unless there are comments first. Ms. Hayes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Although the FSI, even as amended, might look large, I don't think it's unrepresentative of what's there. I would move a motion to approve the application as amended, subject to the planning condition requiring screening on the east to a minimum of 1.5 meters on the east and west side of the third story deck.
Thank you very much. That motion is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. All those in favor, please show of hands. The vote unanimous. The amended application approved. Thank you. Item number 16 is 272 Hastings Avenue. We are looking at submitted materials, a group of 6 photographs dating to October 19, staff report urban forestry, support correspondence 267 Hastings, plus 7 form letters in support, 247, 264B, 270, 271, 273, 278 Hastings, correspondence in interest or concern from 45 Harriet Street. We'll ask the agent to join us, please. Just state your name.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Just to put this to you, Mr. Dome, there was correspondence, written correspondence, concerned about whether this would be single-family dwelling or rental units. Can you clarify that for the panel?
This would be a single-family dwelling. I would like to make a short presentation if that's all right.
If you want to go ahead and keep it short, that's fine. Go ahead, please.
Yes, the owners would like to build a new 3-story forever home in accordance with their growing family needs. We have had extensive correspondence with planning, and we have revised the proposal in accordance with their recommendations, and therefore we would like to eliminate all 3 variances pertaining to the rear detached garage. That would be variances 9, 8, and 7.
Go slowly, okay? We're going to be...
Yes, yes.
Let's just go slowly right here. All right, so we are eliminating, at your request, variances number?
9, 8, and 7.
9, 8, 7 are eliminated. Okay.
Yeah, and the drawings in front of you today do reflect these changes, and the updated zoning notice is also posted on file. After making the revisions, planning had no further objections to the variances.
Mr. Dunn, just to stop you once again, because we have to make sure that we have the application exactly right in writing. Does removing those 3 variances change the purpose of the application in any way, as written?
No.
It does not, eh? Okay, let's just check for a moment there. Just hang on.
Well, the 1-story detached garage, basically what was changed there was that it was pushed back to satisfy the setback to center of laneway, and setback to the rear of the property, and a height variance for it as well. But it doesn't change the purpose.
The The purpose as written is still correct.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it appears that the applicant will be constructing the one-story ancillary building, but will be meeting the regulations of the zoning bylaw.
That's correct.
Right. As I read it, the purpose as written can stand. Because it, yeah, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right then. Do you have anything further? Go ahead, I interrupted you there, but we need to get that exactly right. Go ahead, Mr. Dome.
Yes, variance number 1 does refer to the proposed front yard setback of 0.96 meters, which as a result of needing to push the garage inward to satisfy planning, is limiting in terms of pushing the dwelling further back, as it would result in an additional rear soft yard landscaping variance. And however, to mitigate massing, the proposed dwelling is designed with a third floor step back in both the front and the rear. And the variance does not apply to the entire front wall of the dwelling and widens to 2.25 meters to the north portion of the front main wall behind the porch. There is no front yard soft landscaping variance being sought, and there is adequate front yard on the city portion. Also, 2 doors north at 276 Hastings has a similar front yard setback to the proposal, which has been existing for some time. And variances number 2 and 3 refer to the side yard setbacks. The proposed north side yard setback of 0 meters, this is due to the position of the north side lot line, which does taper to the rear and makes it unique compared to the surrounding lots. Therefore, the variance of 0 meters only applies to the north rear corner of the dwelling, while at the front of the dwelling it widens to 0.37 meter setback. I should mention that the north adjacent neighbor at number 274 is situated at 0 meters along their entire north lot line. There is sufficient space between 272 and 274, and the owner has spoken with both adjacent neighbors at 274 and 270, and they have no objections. Variances number 4 and 5 refer to the overall height of 11.13 meters and a main wall height of 10.72 meters for the flat roof dwelling. The height variance only pertains to a very small portion of the roof over the stairs on the northeast corner, while the remainder of the height is at 10.62 meters. And this is comparable with approvals for other 3-story flat roof dwellings on the street, including, again, at 277 Hastings, 10.71 meters, as well as 255, which has 10.54 meters, 265, 10.61. And please, if you could refer to the supporting materials file showing the photos of these examples.
Mr. Dome, I'm going to be asking you for your final comments in just a moment, please. So be aware of the time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when were these materials submitted?
Pardon me. Okay. Question there from the staff, Mr. Dome. When were the materials you're referring to submitted to us?
October 19th.
October 19. Just going to need a moment here to connect with those materials. I'm sorry, Mr. Dunn, we are not coming up with those materials. I don't know what the issue is, but I'll ask you to go ahead without them, please. And I'm just going to give you a little bit more time here, but we are you have actually reached your maximum.
Okay, I would just like to point out there was those photos that were showing the existing heights, but there was also a photo as well showing that the consecutive houses of 273, 275, and 277 right across the street, that each extended significantly further ahead of the other. And we feel it's a good indication of the variety of views of existing dwellings from the streetscape.
Do we have it here now? This it? Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Terrific, okay. Very good. Your time is now up. So panel members, any questions for this applicant? Mr. Byatt, please.
Just a quick one. You've got a garage that you're going to be building at the back, which looks like it's got a basement to it. How do you access the garage? Is there a laneway at the back?
There is a laneway at the back, yes.
Okay. And there's a basement to the garage.
Hold on one second. Yeah, I don't believe there's a basement. It's a walkout.
Oh, is it just that shown this way because there's a gradient to the site?
I believe so.
So this, I think in the drawings, it indicates it as a walkout.
Yes, yes. That's right. Yeah, it is accessed from the laneway, and that's with the walkout and doesn't require any additional variances.
No, I understand. It's just that it looks like a basement. I thought that's interesting.
I believe it has to do with grading.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. If there are no further questions, we'll take the application into committee.
Oh, I apologize. I got a message from the owner. There is a lower level associated with the garage. Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. We will now take the application into committee.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Yes, please. Okay, we'll go ahead.
Could we pull up the third floor plan, please? Thank you. Question to the applicant. You've got planting on the south edges of the rear terrace and the front balcony, and there's a little portion on the upper left-hand corner of the plan that has I gather it's a glass screen. Does that, if somebody was sitting at that table that you've demonstrated there, and you look out, are you looking out into the rear yard of the adjacent property, or does the wall of the adjacent homes block your view?
The wall of 274 does extend out partially into that rear terrace, and but it does extend further than 270, but it is set back farther from their property.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay. Let's then go now into committee for a motion, please. Or comment first if anyone has any. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
If there are no comments, I'd certainly be happy to move a motion.
Go.
So I'd like to move a motion to approve as the application as amended. I don't believe there's a forestry 1 condition, and I think that's it.
Would you consider a friendly amendment? The third floor decks are quite substantial, and I quite like the solution, which is a planted solution. But I think that the south edge of the rear terrace and of the front balcony do need screening.
That would be perfect. Thank you, Carl.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to retain the landscape screening. I'm not sure whether Sabrina would agree that we could say that it's to be planting of 1.5 meters in height. I mean, you can do that with cedars. I think the issue is who's going to check the height, but perhaps Sabrina could weigh in. I think that's a better solution than glazed barriers in this case.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Who's going to be checking to make sure that that height is maintained with the plantings? So it could be both plantings and the screening.
So how would you suggest wording that, the south edges be screened to a height of 1.5 meters in height and leave it up to the applicant as to determine what he's going to use to screen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I would go that route, only because no one's going to visit the site to ensure that the 1.5 meter screening will always be maintained if it's just plantings.
Okay, so then I think the condition needs to be that the south edges of the third floor terrace and balcony be screened to a height of 1.5 meters with an opaque screen that's 1.5 meters high. And maybe there's another solution that could come out, but that would at least ensure that there is screening. Does that sound okay with you, Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, that would be my suggestion, Sahir, if you're agreeable to it.
I'm agreeable. That's great, Connor. Thank you.
Are you, Mr. Nipfel, therefore ready to second the motion?
Yes, I'm
What's
pleased
the
to.
application as amended though, right, Zahir?
As amended. As amended.
Application as amended. Okay. So, the motion to approve the application as amended has been seconded. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that motion is carried, unanimous vote. The application as amended is so approved. Thank you. And we move along to application number 17. (58A) Oriole Road. Submitted materials with the application are before us, plus one piece of correspondence from 58B Oriole Road received. Let's have the applicant join us, please. Just state your name.
Hi, good afternoon, Committee of Adjustment. My name is Naz Amr. I'm with Arch-I Architects, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of 58A Oriole Road.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members, questions for this applicant? Mr. Byatt, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking at drawing A102. So my thinking, if I'm not incorrect, would be that your client is basically matching the deck that the neighbor has. Would that be correct?
Correct. He didn't have it yet, but it was a second application to Committee of Adjustment for a minor variance, and it was approved, but it's not built yet.
And the other question that I have is your variance number 2 is requesting a 2% soft landscaping where 50% is required. Can you just talk to that particular variance?
It's actually 32%. I think the 2% is a mistake. It might have been on our side. I'm not claiming that that the city did that mistake. But I submitted a document on the 24th of October. I think it's listed under supporting material that would show pictures of the backyard and the calculation of the softscaping. And it turns out to be 32%, not 2%.
Okay, my question for you is, are you then applicant officially changing that variance number 2 to read 32%, which is less onerous, and it's okay to change it? That's what you're doing?
If the committee does not approve a relief from this zoning bylaw, then yes, absolutely, we're committed to changing it.
I beg your pardon, if the committee does not what?
If the application is for a relief from the 50% backyard softscaping, if it's not approved by the panel, then we'll find out a way to match the 50%.
No, that's you've got to make this determination now. And I can tell you that the committee will be a lot happier with your application if it reads 32 than if it reads 2. But it's up to you to make the decision on whether to make that change.
It is actually 32, sir.
Okay then, so we're going to change it officially. If it's 32 and you're saying that, then we're going to change the notice to read 32%. And that's what
Through you, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the zoning review that was submitted with the application, and it clearly identifies 2% of the rear yard area, which is 3.79 square meters.
Applicant, you tell us about this sports field. Is it permeable or not? What is the sports field surface?
It's not permeable, but it's surrounded by a permeable area, a plantation. 2 feet all around. If you bring the document that we submitted on the 24th of October, it shows exactly where that is, around the sports field, and it shows pictures of it to prove that it's a softscape.
Was that part of the plans you submitted for your zoning review?
Not initially, no.
So did you submit it for another zoning review?
When I noticed that it's listed at 2%, we went to site and took some pictures and recalculated it to discover that it's 32. And this is why I added this document a little bit late in the process.
Thank you.
Can I get clarification? The drawing that's up there now, I don't understand. Is the sports field on your property, or does your property end just beyond the stairs? I'm not clear where your property line is.
It is actually a fence right behind the proposed stairs. So the lot in this property is a unique lot in the sense that the garage is actually accessed from the backyard. You access the garage from the backyard. So there is a right of way that separates the house from the rest of the backyard. And this is why we're proposing extending the deck all the way above the right of way, so we can have the stairs leading down to the backyard, in which there is a gate.
I'm not having trouble understanding that. What I'm trying to determine, with the drawing that's in front of us, it looks as though both properties, your neighbor and you, have similar backyards.
Correct.
But I thought, in going over the material that I had before me when I was reviewing the application, that the sports field wasn't part of your property. Am I correct? Is that wrong? Is it part of your property?
It is part of the property, yes.
Well, the question that arises from that then is the sports field you said was not permeable. It's hard. It's not permeable. It's not soft landscaping. It's not grass.
No, it's not.
I think in the pictures, if I could, Mr. Chair, I think in the pictures that the applicant submitted as part of the supplementary material, he's pointing out all the little spots of grass surrounding that sports field and in that rear yard that he is suggesting are soft landscaping, and therefore wanting to amend it, saying that he has 38% soft landscaping. So those little
what is the surface that's beside the stairway? It's really hard to identify where. You see
the only reason I remember is because I sat on the last one for the neighbor.
Yeah.
So they come in, it's townhouse, they come in between two sets of townhouses, and there's driveways to each of the townhouses right behind the house to access their garage. And then their own property lots continue after that right of way.
So what is the material on the subject property? The stairs coming down from the proposed deck extension. What is the material that's just shown there as white?
It's hard
before you get to the sports field. Before you get to the sports field.
It is hardscaping with a small planter box, raised retaining wall, and a small pointed with the red arrow. But the rest of it is hardscaping.
So the only softscape you have in the backyard is the stuff that's shown as light green here.
Correct.
Well,
that's a lot of paving.
Here's where I'm puzzled, because it's not very much in the way of softscaping, but it looks to me to be greater than 2%. But it's not as much as 32%. It looks to me to be something in the order of around, I don't know, 25% or something. But are you very sure of your 2% number? And
I am sure that it's 32% of the backyard, excluding the right of way, because the right of way has to be hardscaping in any. We can't count it as a softscape. It has to be paved. So we excluded the 20 feet of right of way and calculated the backyard area, the remaining backyard area, and the light green color here is 32% of that area in the back, behind the fence.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we confirm what that equates to in square meters?
Very good idea. So could you calculate that for us, please, applicant? We need that 32% that's represented by green is how much in square meters?
It's actually in the little schedule on the sheet on the bottom right side. I think it's in feet, but I can switch that into meter. So picture number 1 would show a 14 feet by 4, and we calculated that as 56, and did the same with picture number 2 all the way to 6, giving us a total area of 441 square foot, which translate to, this is...
Take your time, take your time.
Just making sure that I got the right number. 40 square meters.
Say again, please.
40 square meters.
40 meters squared.
Yes, correct. 40 meters square.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what percentage of soft landscaping your neighbor has?
I don't remember off the top of my mind, but we did submit for him as well.
So just to clarify, you mentioned earlier if 50% was required, you'd make it work. I'm intrigued with that. The existing sports field is paved, and it's paved for what reason? Is it for basketball or you don't need to pave it for soccer? What is it paved for?
It's paved for basketball. There is a basketball ring in the back.
And if you want, and you actually can't play a game back there, it's for practicing baskets, right?
It's for shooting. It's not a full field. You can play a game. It's basically a solid surface and a ring where you can practice basketball in.
So you could, in fact, increase the amount of soft landscaping to 50%. Because frankly, I have no problem with your deck. I think it makes sense, and it mimics what's next door. I do have trouble with the amount of hardscape in the backyard. I think it's really, I think it's too much.
So if you look at the green light area, there is an area between the sports field and the fence. And I did suggest to my clients yesterday or the day before that in the case that the committee does not approve the soft landscaping as 32%, that we can take part of this area and make it soft landscaping as well.
And would that bring you up to 50%?
I think it will, yes.
So that would mean that you could remove that variance?
In this case, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But aren't you already including the area shown in picture number 4 behind the basketball net as part of your calculation to get to 32%? Because in the chart you calculate that number.
Yeah, well, yes, I'm not talking behind the ring. I'm talking between the wooden fence and the field. So toward the house, not the back property line.
Where the stairs are.
Well, where the stairs are, between the stairs and the green light area is a fence. This thick line is a wooden fence. So between this fence and the sports field is just a paved area where you walk in until you get to the field. And that's what I'm proposing, that we're going to turn part of that, as much as we need, into soft landscaping to meet the 50%.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've completed a search for 58B Oriole Road, and the rear yard soft landscaping that was approved was 35% at 63.4 square meters.
you mind repeating those numbers, please?
Sure, it was 35%,
35.
63.4 square meters.
And that's for 54B as in Bob?
That is for 58B as in Bob.
58 Bob, yep. Okay. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to take this one into committee to try to sort it out between ourselves.
So, Mr. Chair, can we just ask the applicant if he
Go ahead.
if he wants to 32, or is he going to remove that? Because I'm not sure we have his final position.
Well, the intention is to keep the sports field in the back. Like the client doesn't want to remove it, but if we need to remove part of the paving leading to it to meet the 35% to match the 58B, I think we're willing to do that.
The question for you, applicant, you've got to give us a simple answer on this because we're not negotiating through 9 different phases, is the number, your variance number 2, now shows as 2%. Tell us the number that you wish it to show as for our consideration.
32%, sir.
32%. Okay. The application is now amended. Variance number 2 reads as 32%. And that is what the committee will be considering. And okay, so applicant, we're going to go, the committee is now going into what we call into committee to discuss this amongst ourselves. Panel members. Any thoughts, Mr. Byatt? Go ahead, please.
Just some thoughts first, Mr. Chair. When I first saw this application and went through it, I just found the notion of having a sports field and calling it a sports field at the back of a house very strange. The hardscaping in this sports field requires is quite a lot. It's very large. The variance number 2 at 2% also struck me. The space between the intended deck and at the bottom of the stairs, there's a fence. That's hardscape. So the whole backyard appears to have an incredible amount of hardscaping.
Right.
And that for me was very problematic. So I'm struggling with this particularly, even though there's an amendment to change it to 32%. I find it a bit difficult to approve.
Thank you very much. Other thoughts, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we too often end up negotiating to try and make something work when the issue should be, can you meet the bylaw? And as the applicant has indicated, and truthfully, and I acknowledge my pleasure in the conversation with him, he could meet 50%. So I'm inclined to think that this is a case where the bylaw should stand, and that I have no trouble at all in approving variance number 1, but I'm going to be voting against variance number 2 and holding the bylaw at 50%.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, any thought? No. I agree with you, Mr. Nipfel, and we just, I think we can approve variance number 1, but the variance number 2, I won't be supporting variance number 2. I think we should vote against it. So, look to someone for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope this reads well. I'd like to propose a motion to approve of variance number 1 and refuse variance number 2.
Of the amended the amended application.
Of the amended application.
Very good. Is there a second? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Those in favor? It is moved and seconded to approve, or to so approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. And that's unanimous vote to carry the motion to approve the amended application minus variance number 2. Thank you. We move along to number 18. (148) GLENLAKE Ave. And on this application, before us are the site or the materials submitted. There's an arborist report, presentation materials from the architect, 19 October. Correspondence sent to the owner, to the neighbors from Darren Voris, the owner, October 19. There's correspondence from City Planning and from Transportation Services. And there's a staff report from Urban Forestry. Okay. So we'll have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Adam Brander, you've been unmuted. Through you, Mr. Chair. Adam is present, but doesn't seem to be. Oh, all right. He just muted himself. Hello, Adam?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now we do hear you. Good to have you with us.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander, and my address is 49 Bolton Avenue in Toronto. I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 148 Glenlake Avenue.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead.
Great. This proposal is a missing middle project, and it seeks to be realized at a low-rise, small-scale typology, something our city is deficient of. This project is gentle density, providing 8 apartments for increased housing supply and a welcome relief to a housing type diversification that are not more condo towers. Toronto Green standards shall be exceeded, and the building shall include a barrier-free accessible unit, complete with barrier-free parking space. These attributes converge to reflect the social, economic, environmental priorities of the OP. The apartment building here is a permitted use in the R zone. Its location on a major street, a corner lot adjacent to other apartment buildings with transit virtually in the front yard, is the most appropriate siting for this project type. Looking to the variances, if we can refer to this material package as we cover these. One variance, if we go to sheet 2, looks at 21.6 meter building depth, where 14 meters is as of right. Highlighted in blue is the existing house footprint, and since the depth is measured from the front of the adjacent neighbor building, the depth here is an existing condition proposed to be maintained. The project was
Adam, you seem to be having connection issues. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to attempt to call the agent. If you give me about 30 seconds to do that.
That's just fine. And I'm just looking now at the time. And okay, let's take your time to reconnect. Okay. Okay, what I think I'll do at this stage then is to call for a 10-minute recess while we are reconnecting with that applicant, because it's important we do connect. There are quite a number of speakers that have been standing by patiently to speak on that application. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess now, and so the committee is now in recess for 10 minutes.
To 10 a.m. We're gonna be here for 12 hours. Oh my god! And there's a late registered speaker as well for this file. I'm just like, god damn it. Yeah. Well, you won't have a lot of time tomorrow anyway to do it because we have the training sessions. There are 2 training sessions you have to do in the morning, and then you have the rest of the afternoon to either go on a walk. But I think in this case, because if you're doing the decision document, you're not going to be able to do a lot of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait. 163 Keel Street. Yeah. I sent you the notice. How did you not register? Christina Guerrero as well. I have to go. Where's the last one? Not going bowling tonight, that's for sure. like if you're not physically here, then.
Yeah, it's just like I don't like this. Did these get bigger? Yeah. I don't like how someone doesn't understand WebEx if they have signals because they're
Yeah, I don't want to play tech support. I'm not.
no. And then like we call them and things like that. And it's always a matter of like they put in like a number that is inaccessible from a remote call.
Yeah.
So like and then they're well, the city. There is no city, this is you. It's not a problem. I don't know, we should be cognizant of YouTube audio so big on. But still it's a valid response.
Hi, Adam. Are you there?
You want an email? I have the email.
Just testing. Adam, are you there? Hi, Adam. Are you there? Just testing.
Yeah, hi, well, I'm
Great.
connected to two devices now.
Very well.
Should I turn one off?
We'll
Should I
hold
turn one off because I hear a
yes, you're
reverb?
gonna have to sign out of the other one, not the one you're currently speaking to me on, and we'll resume at 2:10. So just hang tight, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, just hang tight.
For those attendees that are signing on for the afternoon applications, for your information, we are still hearing applications from our morning session. And so we will probably not be hearing the afternoon session until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you.
We resume, and we have managed to make contact once again with the applicant for item number 18, 148 GlenLake Avenue. So we're going to really go back to the beginning on that one. I'm not going to read all the materials over again. I will add that there was correspondence received just 2 days ago from 272 Indian Grove, correspondence in opposition. But we'll go back to having the applicant join us, and he'll be able to start his presentation from the beginning. Adam?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Can you hear me now?
We do hear you. Proceed.
Great. This proposal is a missing middle project as it seeks to be realized at a low-rise, small-scale typology, something our city is deficient of. The project is gentle density, providing 8 apartments for increased housing supply and a welcome relief for housing type supply diversification that is not more condo towers. The Toronto Green Standards will be exceeded, and the building shall include a barrier-free accessible unit, complete with a barrier-free parking space. These attributes converge to reflect social, economic, and environmental priorities of BOP. The apartment building proposed here is a permitted use in the R zone. Its location on a major street, corner lot, adjacent to other apartment buildings with transit virtually in the front yard is the most appropriate siting for this project type. Looking at the variances, if we can refer to the support material package as we cover these. One variance looks at a 21.6 meter building depth, where 14 meters is as of right. If we look to support material sheet 2, please, the highlighted in blue area is the existing building's footprint, and since the depth is measured from the front of the adjacent neighboring building, the depth here is an existing condition proposed to be maintained. The project was originally envisioned as an addition, and so extending the building to the west to align with the neighboring apartment on Keel is a good way to create improved, desirable street edge condition along Keel while being sensitive to the neighbors across the laneway to the east. The density variance is one that might appear out of keeping as it reads off the page. So we could flip to support material sheet 1, please. We've unpacked this with not only approved applications that exceed this locally, but more pertinent to this application is what should read as an effective FSI, more directly linked to how the building is scaled in any reasonable planning consideration. That is how the building reads above grade. Support material sheet 1 shows how density is usually calculated with below grade spaces excluded. This provides more of an apples to apples density coefficient compared at 0.93 times the area of the lot. And this is nestled below numerous more extensive approvals locally. In communication with community planning on the site plan application for this project, in reviewing the zoning, this lens is shared with how city planners view the density variance as scaled back and not a concern. Looking at the site elevation on this sheet, it demonstrates a regional appearance of density in context with the neighbors. Equally, height and setback are also characteristic and in keeping with the adjacencies of this part of Keel. The site elevations in the drawing package also demonstrate the proposal is adequately set back from having impact on all neighboring properties except for the next door apartment building with which it aligns. Parking and transportation, there are a few variances that revolve around parking. This is amidst current shifts with how parking is viewed in our city. First, as a preferred alternative to personal motor vehicles, the site is primed as a rider's paradise with world-class transportation. Support material sheet 4 details this. The nature of the 4 proposed parking spaces match the neighbors with spaces accessed off the rear lane, complete with screening from the street. Felt that the idea of underground parking articulated in the bylaw is scaled beyond the fine-grained nature of this proposal to larger 25, 50, or 100 unit apartment buildings, not desirable here. And the proposed approach to simple at-grade parking with minimal environmental impact is sound. Supplemental to on-site parking, permit parking confirms there are 415 permit parking spaces available, currently not in use. The 4 on-site spaces are supported by a Tedesco Engineering Transportation Consultant report. Transportation Services has no objections, and 10 bike parking are also being provided in the secure ancillary structure. Healthy transit-oriented development is being exemplified here given all this context. Community engagement efforts were made by the property owner, and this walkabout is reflected on support material sheet 5. Until yesterday, there was only positive feedback in the community and no concerns were brought forward by neighbors. The one letter in concern that did appear on the file yesterday was reached out to for discussion, but no response was had. It's felt this application side efforts were full-heartedly met for community engagement and done right, but conversation efforts were not reciprocated from the opposition. Variances are a prerequisite to proceed with projects such as this. So overarching, this application is regarded.
I shall ask you now for your final comment, please. Your final comment, please.
In keeping with the general intent of the OP and desirable, planning is in support of the application, and we felt that this meets the this proposal meets the combined satisfaction of the different authorities, and these are my initial submissions and support.
Thank you. Okay, now, panel members, we have about 6 or 7 speakers here registered to speak. So shall we proceed to hear from them? Moderator, first speaker, please.
Edward Fillier, you've been unmuted.
Yes, my name is Edward Fillier. I'm living at 258 Indian Grove. My property extends back onto the laneway right across from the proposed development. My concern is in the wintertime, the snow removal in the laneway, which the laneway is very narrow. The proposed parking for this site will be the length of the laneway in front of my neighbor's garage and my garage. The existing area for the past 21 years had no parking there, so we were able to shovel snow to that side of the laneway. Now, with the parking for the new project, we'll take up all of that side of the laneway and no area to shovel snow. This is problematic for us getting in and out of our garage. So that's my objection.
Okay, then, let me ask you, Edward, the actual land that you were shoveling your snow onto,
yes,
who owned that land?
Well, it's part of the laneway. It's city, part of the laneway.
It was city property. Okay.
Yes. It on the one side of the laneway.
Okay.
But where we were shoveling snow, there will be parking from the proposed site coming into the laneway. So we will not be able to shovel snow there, and there will be no other place to put the snow.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for this speaker panel? Okay, then let's go on to the next speaker.
David Wang, you've been unmuted.
Hello, committee. Good afternoon. My name is David Wang. I live at 272 Indian Grove. And I have a couple of many concerns, all of which, deal with the 10 variances. With regard to the letter that was basically sent around the neighborhood, it should note, I would like to note, second paragraph, it is to create luxury 8-unit apartment building. Subsequently, later in that paragraph in the second paragraph, our goal is with this project is to help alleviate the strain on the rental market. That isn't correct because we all know that there's a shortage of affordable housing and not necessarily a shortage of luxury units within the city. The third paragraph basically goes on to state, and this is specifically with the variance number 10 with regard to the height. The buildings directly to the north of this property sit on a podium, and it's accessed by stairs on the city property. They're matching that height, which is very high in comparison to the surrounding neighborhood as you come around the corner, which basically drops significantly to 2 stories. So contextually, it really doesn't go with what is in the surrounding area. Further to this, I have an issue that's noted for the record in a letter for all 10 variances. The most egregious of which I would say are 1, 2, 8, and 9. Number 1, where the new building has a depth of 21.6. As per right, it's 14 meters. At 1.54, it's too big of an ask. I would say that I would recommend that the committee recommend reducing the scale. Number 2, where this floor space index of 0.6 is the as of right. At 1.46, this is 2.43 times, which is far too large, I believe, for the neighborhood. The existing precedent was set was 0.79 at 270 Indian Grove. Further to this, number 8, maximum 50%, 4 parking spaces are provided. There is a shortage of parking in our neighborhood, and that's exacerbated by most recently a concession that was given to a more recent application, I believe, at 205 Keel Street, where 1 parking space. They were relieved for one parking space. There is a definite shortage of the neighborhood, exacerbated by, especially on the weekends with just visitors, and of course the peak load of the church directly to the south. There is no way to accommodate an additional, and therefore, I don't think the committee should recommend it. They're not even close. At 50% less, it's not, not in keeping with what the neighborhood actually has the capacity for, and that's 8 and 9. I have other issues with all the setbacks because they're all systemic of essentially the entire size proposed of this entire project. The height, the issues I have, the height, the density, the setbacks, the reduced parking spaces, the depth of the building. Is there a variance that they haven't hit on these 10, for the size that they're proposing? I think it's just so egregious. It's just way too large. There is no existing precedent in the neighborhood. There are triplexes, semi-split triplexes, which are maximum 6 units. I think if you were to take this site, which are larger sites, the existing ones are larger sites. If you take the site, maybe a 6 unit would be more in line with the contextual of what's there in the neighborhood. There is a larger rental property up the street. I believe at 205, sorry, I misspoke, at 205 Keel, which is basically 3 stories and not 4.
David, I shall ask for your final comment now, please.
I believe it's too large I believe that the proposal as it stands right now is too large for the neighborhood on all the facets as noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for David, panel members? No. Hearing none, we shall move on to the next speaker. David.
Roxanne Garal, you've been unmuted.
I guess density has already been addressed. This used to be a one-family single home, and I knew the previous family very well. So for 8 families to live on this space, I can't imagine it. But the issue of parking has already been addressed, so I won't speak to that. Now, safety, as you turn the corner off of busy Keel Street, then onto GlenLake to use the laneway, there's yard space, and previously there was a low-level fence. And you can see a car coming down the laneway with enough time to react. Sometimes when the bushes have not been trimmed, it's hard to see oncoming cars, but you still can. With a building there, the size that you're asking, I just think that especially with the little to no side yard setback, the risk of accidents will increase. And personally, I've had some close calls at this juncture, but in recent years, there have been a lot more vehicles using this laneway, especially pickup trucks and utility vehicles. Of course, we have garbage trucks that come up once a week, but so I'm concerned about the safety issue.
Hello, Roxanne. Can you state your full name as well as your mailing address?
Yes, Roxanne Garal, address is 173 Keel Street. I live 6 houses up the laneway.
Thank you.
Any questions for this speaker panel? Let's move along then to the next speaker.
Christina Gurel, you've been unmuted.
State your name, please.
Hi there. Sorry, that was just cut off for a second. My name is Christina Gurel, and I live 2 houses away from the proposed development. So the development would be at the corner of GlenLake and Keel. There's a building right next door at that's 161 and 163 Keel, and I'm right next door to that. I live there with my family, including my young children, and we're opposed to this development as it currently stands. And I've spoken to quite a number of neighbors that are also opposed, and I understand some of them are here today. and you've already heard from some of them. And the comments I've heard from the neighbors, and I echo them, involve concerns about safety, and I'll get into it, parking, character of the area, and also environmental concerns. And also, quite a few neighbors have mentioned to me that they support Mr. David Wang in his submission. They understand he's an architect and he's provided a detailed letter, and they're about concerns in terms of the variance application, and that they support him. So they might not have provided their own letter because they're behind Mr. Wang, who you've already heard from. Some of the neighbors have indicated that it doesn't appear to be a minor variance, but as the application indicates, it's a request for a minor variance, but it's actually a major variance, taking into account of what is being requested and the sheer number of requests for variance. You've heard from an individual that talked about safety coming down the laneway, and I echo those concerns. And I'd also like to add to that, that there's a public school very close by. So when you have GlenLake, oftentimes you have a lot of children going up and down GlenLake Avenue, coming down the laneway, attending school. And so when you have this proposed site with such a large building and the site is going to be reduced, you do have a potential for incidents that might take place there. So there's definitely a very real concern for safety in terms of right now when you're coming up and down the laneway. And by the way, there's no throughway from the laneway. You can only get out through GlenLake to get into the laneway. So there's a lot of traffic there. And right now there's a lawn, a large lawn. And so you can see going up and down into the laneway. But with such a proposed large building, you wouldn't be able to have that sight line. So there's definitely the concern for safety. Parking is a big issue. Mr. Wong's already spoken about the concern about congested parking and a large number of visitors to the area, because he mentioned of the church there, but also we have High Park, which is a block away. People come to High Park from all over the city, and there's an entrance to High Park right at right at Keel and Bloor. There's an entrance, which is 1 block away. So you have people looking for parking all over the area in order to be able to walk to that entrance. There's a trail right there. And so there's a huge concern about parking. And we submit that the development should comply with the current rules for parking as they stand, and that there should not be a variance for that. In terms of the environment, with such a large building, and I heard from the neighbor right next door, and I believe that one of the neighbors from next door is on as well and will be speaking. But what she said was it's such a large building, and she's worried about safety issues in terms of, if there was an issue, some type of fire truck needing to come by. With the building being so close to their property, how would any kind of emergency vehicles be able to get in? There's a concern about just the sheer size of it. And from an environmental perspective, in terms of not having as much lawn space, you don't have the rainwater being able to collect. And also finally, from a character perspective, we have one single family home that's been there for generations, for years and years. And now instead of gentle density, we're looking at a huge structure, which is not in keeping with the character of the area, the density of the area. I understand the developer speaking about needs to build housing, and I think we can build more housing in the area by keeping with the area in question in terms of more gentle building.
I shall ask you for your final comment now, please.
Yes, thank you. He's mentioned the apartment next door, and I'd like to mention it's not an apartment. It's actually a 2-level duplex with a basement, and it's a family that lives there that rents out 3 of the units, but then there's family members that there. And I believe the family member is here to speak to that as well, to the issue. So it's not actually an apartment, quote unquote, that's next door, but it's actually a home with 2 addresses. So it's a 3-plex and a 3-plex, and it's 2 addresses there, 161, 163, and it's actually a family of 3 adult children with 3 tenants.
Your time is now up.
Clarify. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions, panel? We'll move on to the next speaker.
Catherine Ryans, you've been unmuted.
Hello, I'm Catherine Ryans. I live at 264 Indian Grove. I'll have to keep it brief because I have to run back into something at work. But I would just like to add my voice to concur with what we've heard from my other fellow neighbors about the sheer size of this property being far too big for the space. There's so much building and parking spots on that there's very little opportunity for any kind of groundwater runoff or storm runoff with heavy rains. Parking, I certainly concur that there are issues throughout the entire laneway with issues with snow disposal and having an adequate place to dispose of the snow that we are all trying to shovel away from our garages. And so that's a major concern for all of us, the entire length of the laneway, with everyone pretty much having double wide garages now. Else, I think none of this building seems to be in keeping with what's available in the rest of the neighborhood, and there is no dearth of rental opportunities in the area with the massive expansion across the street with the high-rise buildings going in farther along GlenLake west of Kiel, and an already overwhelmed infrastructure for the city to handle those tenants and residents. I don't need to waste people's time adding more because everyone else has been very clear in their opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next speaker then, please.
Luis, you've been unmuted.
Hello, thank you very much. I oppose to the proposal and I support the argument that my neighbor David mentioned it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your call and your patience. Okay, we'll return now to the applicant, who will have an opportunity to speak to what the callers had to say in rebuttal. Let's go back to the applicant now.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Yeah, just starting from the top in response to Edward's comments at 258. The property type will have trained staff for maintenance service, and this would include snow and upkeep. So there's actually a benefit to an apartment building there. There's also a lane widening as a part of this application. So it's creating an increased laneway component, which will help all the neighbors with access and turning into the lane from the street. If we could bring up the site plan as well, there was several concerns about safety and turning. So the proposed building sits no further south or further west than the existing house that's there. I think the discrepancy may lie in the approximately 9-meter setback, it's a boulevard setback from the actual street. So there's no encroachment of any concern with proximity to the street. So the setback items that were voiced are in relation to this invisible property line that is in 9 meters setback from the actual street. So I think that addresses some of those concerns there. Depth comps, as was requested, saying there was no depth comps in the area. We can refer to Glen Gordon, where 24.86 meter depth was approved, a 22.1 meter one at 196 Pacific Avenue, and a 21.9 meter one at 263 Kiel. So some of these properties have similar conditions to the subject property, where they are corner lots and they are on main streets, and a bit more density is a desirable thing in the overall scale. Again, just referencing the site elevations that show how removed this proposal is from other adjacent residential properties that are more modest in scale, not on major streets, and so the impact on them is really limited. To speak to parking again, I think the 415 overnight parking permits that are available here, with parking confirming, there's no history of any of the parking being near near capacity in this area. And as well, no comments from transportation. In response to the letter, as well, I think we've touched on more the actual density of the site as corroborated by community planning. And important note on the landscaping for the project, the only landscaping that is being sought at variance includes hard landscaping. So for things that are generally not forest, like pathways, ramps, and steps. The soft landscaping for the proposal complies with the bylaw fully, so that's something we're happy to report. And as a part of the site plan application process, there's a stormwater drainage plan that's been completed by our engineers, and that's to the satisfaction of engineering construction services for any concerns there with water and runoff. There's no fire issues to note, and the one visitor parking proposed on the subject property meets the bylaw for visitor parking for the proposed building, and I think that covers over most of the comments. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll lead off with the questions. And this refers to something you just said in your rebuttal, and I didn't quite follow the gist of your comment. You said that as a result of your proposal, the problem we've heard about with respect to snow removal and snow storage in the laneway would be improved. Could you explain again how the snow removal gets improved?
Yeah, so as a part of this application as a new apartment building, there is trained staff with this type of proposed development that come on site for maintenance, service, snow and upkeep. And so the removal for the residents of the building and by virtue of sharing a lane, everyone else in the lane, there'll be a bit more hired guns and attention to detail on snow removal at the rear of the property.
Okay. Thank you. Panel members, other questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead. Mr. Nipfel, you must be muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brander, could I ask you a couple of questions related to drawing A2, if we could have it up on the screen? Could you explain the parking area? I gather from the drawing that the paving where the parking is concrete, but what I don't understand is that the parking spaces are to have roll-up doors. Can you explain to me what that means?
Certainly. The roll-up doors were an addition to the project at the discretion of community planning. They felt concerned for security for the vehicles in the area, and rather than propose a more heavy-set garage structure, the roll-up doors, in addition to the privacy screening on the south facing side of the parking area, were to their satisfaction to address privacy or appearance of the proposal as well as security.
So are they like self-supporting doors that roll up on? There's some structure and the doors are set within the structure. Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially integrated into a fence structure as commonly seen on the laneways in Toronto.
Okay, and so there is a fence then along that barrier, along the western or the eastern barrier?
Yes.
So one of I'm interested in this because of the comment that a couple of people made about snow clearing, and they indicated that they cleared the snow into what was previously, I gather, open space, and they didn't seem to understand that, as I understood the comment, they were actually putting the snow on what you're proposing to put or where you're proposing to put the visitor parking. Was that your understanding as well, that you're not actually removing any public land from storing snow, but you are putting parking on your private land, correct?
Correct. All this for proposed parking is on private land. The lane widening is reducing the amount of private land, and there might be a bit of a lane widening condition south of the subject property close to the street that might be referred to as well.
Okay, so to clarify, there's a
In the
fence with roll-up doors along the east property line of this project.
Yeah, the setback east property line.
And my other question has to do with variance number 5. There's a requirement in the bylaw for a 1.5 meter landscape strip adjacent to residential properties. Pardon me. Does that in this case apply to the entire north boundary of the property?
The condition is applicable to the north boundary of the property. At the westmost part, there's a 1.2 meter strip that's increased to a 1.6 meter strip. But the non-compliant portion is the exit at the back of the building that is providing access for exiting purposes from the building, and that's recessed in elevation in line with the ground floor of the building.
And then also the 1.5 meter would be required where the accessible parking space is and where the walkway is in front of that space. Am I correct?
That's correct. The width of the walkways was a prescribed element from planning as it relates to AODA and with standards at the cost of potentially more green space, but a balancing act there.
If you were to switch the accessible parking space and the location for the bike parking, could you not increase the amount of landscaping adjacent to the north property boundary?
There's a existing utility pole that prevents that easy flip, but it would result in the same overall coverage components.
Coverage, but you've got landscaping associated with the bike storage. I don't know how the bike storage works. It looks like it's a fence with 2 gates, and part of it is landscaped. And my comment had to do with, where is it possible to move that landscape portion up to the north property limit and thereby reduce the impact of the lack of landscaping along the north property limit?
I see how you refer that it would reduce the landscaping along the north limit slightly, but that existing utility pole doesn't allow for an unobstructed access to the accessible parking at the width needed.
That's where the bike parking is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much.
Any further questions, panel, for the applicant? Before we take the application into committee. Mr. Hayes, go ahead.
I just want to make sure just like a brief overview of your position on the FSI. I've reviewed all the documents, and your argument is that because of the specific grade of the property, certain parts of have been included that in reality maybe from an impact perspective wouldn't be as great. Could you just go over that again quickly, please?
Certainly. If we can refer to support material sheet 1 as a graphic for that. I'm also going to refer to the zoning notice where the examiner explicitly writes a note that in this particular instance, he writes that let me get the exact quote here. Note, sorry, one sec. The basement is included in gross floor area calculations. So in most instances, and compared to the built form in this area, almost all nearby buildings have excluded basement components as it's calculated in the FSI. So in discussions with planning, I posed that question to them as this looks kind of high, and their response was aligned with, yeah, we understand there's this bylaw that for apartment buildings does count the basement in the calculation for the zoning, but as a more in keeping and approach to how we look at the density and how it's viewed from a planning perspective, it's merely the above grade component that really should be examined more critically. And so that conversation resulted in a diagram that excludes the basement area of this floor plan, as well as due to the slight sloping topography, a smaller portion of the ground floor that is also kind of buried in the side high slope portion of the site. So it's just to give a more of a reasonable scaling of the site as an FSI component.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. At this stage, we are ready to take this application into committee, and we'll have members an opportunity to speak on it, and we can move toward a motion. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this particular application, despite the contentious issues that raised by members of the community, what makes this particular site quite unique is the grade. And as the agent was just mentioning with regard to the floor space index, when one looks at it's the west side elevation, the height of the building is essentially viewed as being a 3-story, very comparable to the neighbor to the north. The other point that the agent has mentioned, of course, is that the existing east side of the existing house, that is not going to be exceeded. So I think the general footprint is quite acceptable. The issue of parking, or rather lack of parking for the number of units that are going to be there, is mitigated by the fact that we're just a short throw away from Keele subway station. So it's in an ideal location for this type of unit. A good portion of the basement is not visible from outside, so it essentially appears to be a 3-story structure, not a 4-story structure. So I examined the fact that, note the fact that neither transportation nor planning have any objections. In fact, planning is quite supportive of this particular project. I think this would be a much better use of this property. I'm not a fan of extreme high rises, and I think the low rises also afford those that will be living there a sense of community. So I'm quite in favor of this project. I think it's a very reasonable one. Thanks. And I don't see any issues with it other than the two, and I think there's a forestry note as well, and that's about it.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Is anyone, and if no thoughts, anyone ready to move to a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with much of what my colleague has just said. I wish there were more buildings of this scale in communities, but I think in this particular case, the issue that bothered me the most was the lack of any screening between the parking area and the walkways, which in fact have outdoor lights on them, and the property immediately to the north. I think there needs to be fencing provided there. There is fencing proposed along the west edge of the laneway. It would have been helpful to have a drawing to indicate how this works, but it's a fence with roll-up doors. I think fencing along the north property limit and fencing along the east property limit with roll-up doors should be conditions of approval. Subject to that, I think that much of what's proposed is quite reasonable, but I do think that this parking area without some sort of screening is going to be a difficulty.
Okay. Okay, then. Ms. Hayes, I don't know if you want to make a comment. For my own part, I'm able to support this by virtue of the fact that it is at the corner of Keel Street, which is a significant major street, not far from the subway, and where it may not have been appropriate within the neighborhood at the corner of Keel, to me it's appropriate. So is anyone ready with Ms. Hayes? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Carl, so with respect to your thoughts on the parking, I'm not quite, because the site, it is saying that, you know, there's access, you know, to the parking spots via roll-up doors. I'm not getting your point with respect to fencing on the east side. Sorry, did I misunderstand?
Well, when I asked about the roll-up doors, the applicant indicated to me that there was fencing there with roll-up doors. I'm assuming, because the roll-up doors have got to have something to hold them, I'm assuming the way you get into this is you drive along the laneway and you access the parking lot or the parking spaces by virtue of a roll-up door that is somehow fitted into a fence structure.
Yes.
To hold it. And then if you look to the north part of the parking lot and the rear entrance of the apartment building, there's an area there that is a major entrance that has outdoor lights, a walkway, and then the accessible parking. And there's nothing between those areas and the residential property to the north. And the bylaws specifically ask for a 1.5 meter landscape strip for that reason. So I think it makes sense to have fencing along that portion of the northern boundary. I don't know how to define the portion because there's no dimension on it. So I've just said the northern boundary. Does that clarify what my thinking is?
Yeah, I was just saying, like with the grade change, I don't disagree with you. So with the grade change on to the north, to the property at the north, but would it be sort of where could we talk about that it be where the fencing to a certain height from where the exit to the building is on the north side?
Yeah, that would block the lighting as well. Yeah, that'd be great.
So, and then are you saying, so with respect to the parking, are you suggesting that we make sure that those doors stay there versus they become open carports? Is that sort of your thought?
Well, I gather that was negotiated with planning. Mr.
Yeah, I think
Brander
there's a
indicated
site
that
plan application on this.
Yeah, and so whatever is determined with the site plan, but it sounds as though that's what planning wanted there so that they can close them and open them and they don't just stay open.
So, but
I've never seen a solution like this before.
Are you thinking of, but are you, sorry, when you were talking, I wondered whether or not you were looking to have a condition about that east side.
Yeah, I think we need something because all we've got now is this note on the drawing, and I wasn't clear on what it meant. If it's,
well,
if anyone has a better way of describing it, it sounds like a fence with roll-up doors.
Well, I think we could refer to the site plan.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think down the road, if that was to go, the problems of the laneway would be considerably more difficult, and so I think that's a good solution.
Yeah, I think with respect to the, and I hope I'm not misconstruing it, but I think with the neighbors' concerns with respect to the snow, I'm not sure when the chair asked them that they said that they weren't putting it on the other property, but it may be that they were just putting the snow to the other side of the lane because nobody was exiting that property from the rear. But that'll be a change, but they'll have to deal with how to, the snow removal from there at that point.
But as Mr. Brander indicated as well, they're dedicating widening to the lane, which will help a bit.
Yeah, and it would be yeah, it's unfortunate that there's two processes going on. I think, generally I accept this site configuration with respect to the the FSI situation, and I actually think the building will fit nicely into that property.
Who then is ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try. I'd like to propose approval of this application, subject to, I believe it's forestry number 1, and that's the only condition that's been applied.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to have a 1.5 meter privacy screen fence located along the portion of the northerly property boundary from the north entrance of the building to the northeast corner of the lot, and also to provide for a structure with roll-up doors along the east property boundary?
I'm sorry, Carl, I'm not quite sure. I can see the idea of a 1.5 meter privacy screening on the north side.
Yes.
But I'm not quite sure what you mean by the other part of it with the roll-up doors.
Okay, the other part is the proposal that we have before us, and maybe Joanne suggested that we refer to the site plan as well, that the east side, the east property limit have fencing with integrated roll-up doors provided, and that if you look at the site plan that's on the screen now, you'll see the note. That's the proposal, and that's has been negotiated with planning, but I think we should tie it down as well.
I wonder if it might be prudent to just go back to the agent to ask him, because they've talked about parking spaces to have roll-up doors. When I read this, to me it appeared to be similar to the idea of having 4 garages with roll-up doors.
We can go back to the.
I think they're probably going to be open-sided on the other side. I don't think it's going to be enclosed garage structures at the back.
With no rooftops, I agree. But I can see this being fairly sturdy type of structures to
Well, could we just refer to the site plan because there's a note on there?
So I think that might be the wisest thing, is to refer to the site plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then. So if we're going to make it with reference to the site plan, what are we going to actually make reference to this, or how are we going to word this now?
Put screening along the east property boundary as indicated on the site plan by the note, and we'll quote it, and that maybe will make it clear. Parking spaces to have roll-up doors.
Okay. Very good. Is there a second to that motion? Motion is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. And the vote is unanimous. To carry the motion, the application is so approved. Panel moves on to number 19. Arlington, and 430, 432, and 434, Russian. Let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Brian, you've been unmuted.
Yep, I'm here. Good afternoon, committee. I've been hanging on since 9 o'clock this morning with interest. Anyway, my name is Brian Abbey, AdTech Building Consultants, 382 Cleveland Street. And I am the agent for the owners of the property of 247 Arlington. And I don't know whether you want a presentation or leave that up to you. I think you're muted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I was muted. Yes, thank you. We do have a request to you to make an application, to make a presentation. So go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Well, as you know, we got obviously the 6 letters of support from adjacent neighbours and 1 verbal agreement from the immediate property to the south. Anyway, to go through the variances, I think that I'd like to address item number 3 first, because that seems to be the most contentious one, the FSI. I'd just like to point out that the FSI is large as it appears because the basement has been taken into consideration because there's more of the basement above grade than below grade. But if you took the existing 2 stories above grade, it would only be 0.75 times the lot, and that would be 179.33 meters squared. The other anomaly of this is that if my clients were to underpin and make the basement deeper, that variance wouldn't appear at all. So it's kind of a technical variance. The other 1, 2, and 3, I think, are also, well, 1 and 2 certainly are minor in nature, and that's pretty much because of the alignment of the existing walls of the property adjacent to the property line. And it was very difficult. We did try to make some setbacks so there was no encroachments. As for item 4, we've basically just moved the existing deck further back, but still the same size. Hopefully that meets your requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions now, panel? Mr. Nipfel, please. Then Mr. Byatt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you speak a little bit to the length of the building? I know there's no bylaw for it, or variance for it, I should say, excuse me. But the building as proposed extends into the rear yard considerably more than your neighbors. And I realize you've got the support of people on both sides, but I would just like to hear your comments about the depth of the building, the length of the building, because it's so much longer than what appears to be the norm here.
Well, as you say, it's not an issue. It's not a variance, but it's the requirement is basically to give the my clients the space that they wanted in terms of family room at the back with the kitchen, and to get a master suite on the 2nd floor, and what with their growing family. I really don't think it's that outrageous, and then certainly I'm sure other people in the future would want to do additions similar to that anyway.
Okay, Mr. Byatt.
Just I had a question with regard to the landscaping issue, but before I go to that, just to add to the agent's comment about the depth of the property, I also note that on the site plan that 247 is actually set back from the front a little bit more than neighbor for 245 and 249. So I don't have a concern with the depth. Just to ask about the variance for, I think it's number 5. Can you just speak to the length? Oh, sorry, number 4.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
No problem. I think 35.5 is not a bad number, but I'm sure we could tweak that. We could probably make it, you know, less. What have I got here? I could probably make that 12 feet deep.
What percentage would you get then?
What if I was to ask for 40%?
That sounds more reasonable. Thank you.
Could you calculate the square meters that would involve, please?
Ooh. Oh dear. Let me-
Take your time.
Well, we've only been here 6 hours already.
I won't say it, but tell me about it.
I bet you haven't
I
had
did
any
say it.
lunch yet, have you?
Perhaps we could move on to the registered speaker while
Okay.
Brian is.
Oh, well, that's a good idea. We'll let the
calculations.
registered speaker speak while you're doing that calculation. Very good. Let's have the registered speaker join us now, please.
Bill Chronopoulos, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I've just really participating as an observer, just listening in. I really don't have any comments, nor do I have any objections formally. So I will just let the proceedings continue at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. And you're next door, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Very good.
Okay, I have that figure. 27 square meters.
We lost you there for a minute, Brian.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
I'm hoping we have a good connection. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hear you now clearly.
Excellent. Yes, I've done the calculation, and it would actually increase the area to 42.27 square meters.
4227. Okay. So I'm going to put the question to you. Are you changing variance number 4 to read 40% and 42.27 meters squared?
I think that would be a wise thing for me to agree to, yes.
Okay. That's very good. All right. So we are dealing now with an amended application, and we've heard from the speaker that was standing by. So, unless there are any more questions for the applicant panel, we can go into committee on this application. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is quite a straightforward application. It's the kind we see very, very often. I don't believe there are any conditions as far as I can tell. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve of this application as amended, unless my colleagues have objections.
Thank you.
Or contributions.
Okay. All right then. Mr. Nipfel, you're seconding?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve the amended application. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote is unanimous. Motion is carried. Application is approved. Thank you. And that takes us to number 20, which is the final application on what we refer to as the morning agenda. And that's for 141 Gillard Avenue. On this application before us are application materials submitted, cover letter from the agent, letter to the neighbors from the agent, October 18, correspondence with the neighbors, October 14. There is a email correspondence from city planning. The correspondence received on this application is all in support. From 144 Gillard, from 137, 142, 143, 145, 147, 155 Gillard, also from 44 Monarch Park. And there is a 15 signature petition in support, signed by owners and occupants of 112, 135, 139, 140, 146, 149, 153, 155, 158 Gillard, and 36, 40, and 44 Monarch Park, plus one for a signature from 127 Mount Joy. So let's go to the applicant and have the applicant join us, please.
Laura, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Aloof, and I will be representing 141 Gillard Avenue. Our office address is 10A Busy Street.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? I am not hearing any questions. Any request for a presentation?
No request.
No request for presentation. Okay, then in that case, we can actually take this application into committee for a motion, please. And I understand there is a staff report that relates to tying the basement and the FSI to plans. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with the explanation that was provided in the submission materials explaining the FSI, I think with that context, I believe the application is appropriate and minor, and I would support the application and like to move a motion to approve it, subject to the condition in the planning report.
Thank you. That's seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote, I'd like to extend a compliment to the applicant on the letter that he sent to the neighbors. We don't often see something as well done as that, and I think one of the reasons you don't have objections here is that the neighbors have been consulted well, and that letter played a large part in that consultation.
Thanks, Mr. Nipfel. And it does matter, doesn't it? Yes. Okay. Moved and seconded to approve, subject to planning. Those in favor, please show of hands. That vote is unanimous. Motion carried. The application is approved. So we are now 3:14, and as previously suggested by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, we're going to be resuming at 4 p.m. this afternoon, and in the meantime, the committee will be in recess. So we resume 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.